It's 5:05. Let's call the meeting to order. City Clerk, will you please take a roll call?
Councilmember Griffith,
Here.
Councilmember Kaji,
Here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Merry Christmas.
Councilmember Lewis,
Here.
Councilmember Matucci,
I'm here.
Councilmember Sheikh,
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with labor negotiator, 14B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, and 14C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54957.6, 54956.9D1, and 54956.9D2. We'll see you when we come back from recess. In closed session. joining us in the council chambers, along with everyone watching remotely, to this year's final City Council meeting. We encourage the public to continue to stay civically involved by participating in the bi-monthly meetings. We ask that you treat one another with respect, despite having a difference in opinion. This is where we can truly practice the principles of democracy. I'd like to extend my heartfelt season's greeting to all the community members, near and far. We celebrated the beginning of Hanukkah with a beautiful menorah lighting ceremony outside of City Hall last night. Some of you may be celebrating Las Posadas right now, along with Christmas in less than a week, followed by Kwanzaa. No matter what celebrations you take part in, I hope the season is filled with joy, peace. You're able to spend some time with your loved ones. I know I am grateful for so much this year, and one of them are Tuesday nights here in the council chambers with all of you. This month, many of my colleagues hosted a community meeting in their district, inviting constituents to meet, share, discuss, and learn more about what the city is doing for their community. Tomorrow night, Councilmember Sheikh will host this community meeting at the Katie Geiser Civic Center Library. Thursday. Correction, Thursday night. If you're in District 3, which the Civic Center is part of, I encourage you to attend and stay engaged and informed. As we move into the agenda again, thank you for everyone for joining us tonight in person or viewing on our website, Facebook, YouTube, or City Cable. It is important for us to have the opportunity to voice your opinion. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of council meeting you wish to make a comment. Thank you for those of you who met today's deadline. They have been forwarded to the council as supplemental material. They will be entered in the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to public record. For all of you in attendance this evening, in just a few minutes, we will accept oral communications or public comments on items not on the agenda and consent items. Speaker cards are accepted before the start of the meeting and are entered in the speaker list. Those submitted after the meeting starts are not. You will still be able to speak once the list has expired. I want to make a clarification. When we do the oral communications for public comments, that will be used to address items not on the agenda and consent calendar all at the same time. So you'll be able to have 1 minute to address on any item that's not on the agenda or on the consent calendar. Just want to make sure and make that clear. You have up to 1 minute per speaker for a period up to 15 minutes. The public may comment on administrative matters as they are considered, allowing up to 1 minute per speaker. Comments on public hearings allow up to 2 minutes per speaker. The speaker clock starts as soon as you step to the microphone. Time limits will be strictly enforced to ensure equal opportunity. We request that speakers keep their remarks brief and limited to the topic of discussion. At the end of the meeting, we'll have up to another 15 minutes for oral communications number 2, which will allow up to 1 minute per speaker. Remember, you can only participate in the oral communications once in this meeting tonight. Next is a flag salute and invocation by Councilmember Griffiths and Kaji, respectively.
Please join me as we honor our flag and our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear Lord, thank you for our time together tonight as a city council. We thank you for our residents who are here tonight and those who are watching, because it's with the residents and their direct input that we're able to move this city forward. We also like to thank you for these dedicated staff we have here in the city and for their hard work in making sure that the city runs well. We also want to remember those here on our city council, the mayor, And we'd like to thank for all the support that we give each other. Even though we may at times see things differently, we are still able to work very effectively together. We also want to remember those who are serving us and protecting us in places both here in the United States and overseas. May you watch over them and their families as they spend this time perhaps apart from their loved ones. Lastly, we'd like to remember that during this time of the year, Christmas, Hanukkah, and moving into a new year, that we take care of those around us, both family and friends, and also those who are less fortunate than us. So be with us and guide our efforts tonight. We pray these things in your name. Amen.
Thank you both. We're going on to item 3. I will take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions ordinance after number and title.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 4. And to start off item 4,
Your Honor, would you like the report of the city clerk on the posting of the agenda?
that's exactly what I was thinking.
Thank you, Your Honor. This agenda was posted on Tuesday, December 13th, with revised agendas posted on Thursday, December 15th, and Saturday, December 17th. And
think-
you've already done the motion. So we're
That's
good
what I
move
was going to
forward.
say. I think I jumped ahead of you on that one. We're now moving on to item 4, announcements withdrawn, deferred, or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Chaparyan, City Manager. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 7, oral communication. 9F, community development, provide Skyline Mobile Home Park update and determine any additional related action. Item 9K, community development, provide direction on reinstating temporary outdoor dining program within public right-of-way in downtown Torrance, and consider adoption of resolution approving reinstatement. Item 12A, second and final reading of ordinance number 3910, amending Torrance Municipal Code regarding accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. We are also going to withdraw item 9J, which is from the city manager to approve side letter agreement between Torrance Municipal Employees, AFSCME, Local 1117, and management for sanitation equipment operator and wastewater technician. The item we hope to bring at a later date. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 5, council committee meetings and announcement. I will start this off with a couple. The annual Greater Los Angeles Homeless Count will take place next month. For the past few years, the City of Torrance has served as a deployment site and partners with Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority, local municipalities, law enforcement, and community members. The count is scheduled to take place over the course of 3 days and 3 nights, starting Wednesday, January 25th, 2023, at the Ken Miller Recreation Center. During the count, volunteers assist in counting those experiencing homelessness. Once the data is collected, it helps organizations advocate for the unhoused and allocate resources. Volunteers are needed, and no prior experience is required to participate. Volunteers are limited to 3 members per team. If you are under the age of 18, you must volunteer with a parent or guardian. Families can register together at theycountwillyou.org/volunteer. If you have any questions about the registration process or to confirm your registration status, contact Nancy Wilcox at nancywilcox777@gmail.com. Next item I will also read. I ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Jesus Jesse Rodriguez, who passed away on November 27, 2022, at the age of 74. Jesse was born in Havana, Cuba, on October 12, 1948. His family left shortly after the Cuban Revolution began, arriving in California in 1964. Jesse completed his high school education at Narbonne High School, then went on to earn a bachelor's degree from the California State University, Long Beach, followed by a Juris Doctor degree from Northwood University School of Law, Inglewood. Jesse passed the bar in 1980 and began his dedicated career in the judicial system as a Los Angeles County Assistant District Attorney. He then received a temporary appointment as Deputy City Attorney by City Attorney Stanley Remiller at Torrance City Council meeting of January 8, 1985, and was extended a warm welcome by Mayor Jim Armstrong. Jesse was appointed to the permanent position of Deputy City Attorney on July 3, 1985. The city prosecutor working for the Torrance at that time was named J.D. Lord, and as the saying went, if Jesus doesn't get you, the Lord will. Jesse and J.D. remained friends ever since. Jesse ultimately named Torrance City Prosecutor 1991. He admirably served under the leadership of City Attorney John Fellows III from 1993 until he left the city of Torrance on January 2, 1995, to become a commissioner of the Court of the City of Downey. He was appointed as a Los Angeles County Superior Court judge by Governor Pete Wilson on November 13, 1997, first serving in Downey and subsequently in Long Beach. Jesse was a sincere and honorable man of many passions. Restoring older Porsches was undeniably his most loved pastime, which he enjoyed for many years. He also loved to travel and was always up for an adventure. He stayed active, enjoying walks and hikes, and genuinely loved spending quality time with his family and friends. At gatherings, you could usually find him visiting with each person, laughing or making others laugh. And if there was a chance to dance, you would see him on the dance floor. The Honorable Jesus I. Rodriguez managed his life as a man, as an attorney, and as a judge in such a way that everyone whom he met was impressed by his hard work, encouragement, dignity, intelligence, and friendliness, qualities that he maintained even while on the bench. He was named Judge of the Year by the Southeast Bar Association. Jesse is survived by his beloved wife of 44 years, Myrna, and his sons Christopher and Ryan, his brothers Tomas and Andre, his nephew Elliot and niece Audrey, and numerous relatives and dear friends. A service celebrating Jesse's life was held on December 3, 2022 at Green Hills Memorial Park. J.D. Lord was present and honored to deliver a eulogy for his lifelong friend. Jesse will be fondly remembered and missed by many. We'll move on. Next one would be Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. As you know, that I'm a big advocate of community engagement. With the concurrence of my colleagues, I'd like to request that staff bring back an item to develop a community engagement survey. This survey would include 3 to 5 questions seeking input from Torrance residents on areas of concern for specific neighborhoods, with results populating in real time. This may include an electronic survey with results showing on the city's website in real time. The survey could be conducted weekly, monthly, or quarterly in the hopes of hearing from as many residents as possible and hear concerns from all areas of the city. Yes.
I think that was a 7-0 concurrence.
Thank you.
Chief Dumais.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Fire Chief David Dumais. We would like to remind the community that the Torrance Refining Company will be conducting the monthly test of the Community Alert System on Wednesday, January 4th at 11:30 a.m. That's 2 weeks from tomorrow. As a reminder, this is only a test. The test is described as follows. A 1-minute all-clear chime will precede the 2-minute siren tone test. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note that the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During an actual emergency, you will hear the sirens. We encourage the community to take action to shelter, shut, and listen for instructions from the city. Shelter in place means if you are outside while at home, go inside. Close all windows, doors, and vents, and turn off air conditioning. Listen for instructions from local cable, radio, and social media sites. If you're driving, continue to drive. Close all windows and vents, set air conditioning to recirculate. Turn your radio to 1620 AM city sounds for local instructions. Listen for the chimes that signal the all-clear message to signal the emergency has concluded. For additional information regarding the community sirens, please contact the Torrance Refinery Company Community Relations at area code 310-212-1852. That's 310-212-1852. We also encourage the community to sign up for Torrance Alert, which is the Torrance Emergency Notification and Warning System. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the city's webpage. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. The Federal Legislative Advocacy Committee met on Wednesday, December 7, 2022, from 12 noon to 1 p.m. The meeting was held in the Leroy J. Jackson Council Chambers. The purpose of the meeting was to review the department's priority projects for the fiscal year 2023 appropriations. The committee also explored the option of a potential trip to meet with congressional and state Senate representatives to discuss the benefits of the city's priority projects to obtain support for funding. Staff will bring back the committee's recommendation at a later date. Councilman Matucci?
Thank you, Mayor. Transportation Committee met on Wednesday, December 14, 2022, from 5:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. The meeting was held in the Leroy J. Jackson Council Chambers. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss and review the operations at Torrance Airport, Zamperini Field. The meeting was well attended by the public, and the committee appreciated the public's input provided. This Transportation Committee will bring an item to City Council meeting on a future date to accept and file the meeting report of December 14th, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now moving on to item 6, community matters. Item 6A from the city manager and community development. Is there any? I don't think there is a staff presentation, correct? We'll go on item 6.
Mayor, we believe there is it should be in your script as 6A.
Right.
Sorry.
I'm going on to item 6A right now. Tonight we are proud to have a representative from Providence Little Company of Mary to present an important grant award to City of Torrance. Earlier this year, City Manager Aram Shaparian received a letter from Jim Tahan. Mr. Tahan is the Regional Director of the Los Angeles Service Area for Providence, Southern California. He wrote that on behalf of Providence Little Company of Mary of Torrance, they plan to grant the city with $850,000 to go towards underserved communities and to support operations of our 3290 temporary housing village. Thanks to the city staff and our wonderful regional partners at Harbor Interfaith and agencies like Providence Little Company of Mary, we're able to make an impact in the homeless epidemic happening throughout Los Angeles County. Having the support of our legislators, nonprofits, and our local hospitals allows us to focus on the task at hand, and that's helping to create housing stability for those unhoused. Thanks to 3290, we're able to offer wraparound services, including physical and mental health. Other services include job skills training, free meal services, and most importantly, a clean and safe place to live. Our goal is to help our clients at the 3290 move into a stable, permanent housing solution, and that would not be possible without partnerships like this. So on behalf of my colleagues, I want to thank Providence Little Company of Mary for this grant and for believing in our mission of helping those who need help the most. I'd like to invite Mr. Tahan to join us at the podium to say a few words.
I would say I've been doing this role for Little Company Mary for almost 25 years, and we have seen a lot of changes in that time, and particularly in the area of people who do not have housing. And I really want to applaud the city's efforts to develop an interim housing site. I've seen a lot of them around different areas of Los Angeles, and this one I think is like superbly set up. And you've got a really great partner in Harbor Interface Services that we have worked with for a very long time, and a dedicated soul in Sherry Weaver, who really is like the sort of the mother of that that project. And then finally, I would like to mention that working with Viet Huang through this process has been, he really stands out in my mind as somebody working in a city who gets stuff done, right? And I've worked with multiple cities, and this guy is a star performer, so whatever he's doing, make sure you keep him there. So thank you very much. And I would only say, we support the idea of interim housing and the project you're running, but also the goal of permanent supportive housing as well. We want to make sure we're partnering with you related to those kinds of projects. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And sir, I believe we're supposed to be getting a picture with you downstairs, right there. I'm coming downstairs is me coming down. You just stay right there. Right here, right here. Thank you, sir. All right, 3, 2, 1. Perfect. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your generosity. We're now moving on to items 6B, as in Baker, through 6I, which will be adopted with one motion. City Clerk, may we have number and title, please, for all of these, 6B to 6I?
Yes, Your Honor. The first is resolution number 2022-129, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Police Captain Mark William Athan upon his retirement from the city after 32 years of service. The next is resolution number 2022-130, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Ronald Wortman upon his retirement from the city after 26 years of service. Resolution number 2022-131, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Tuan Pham upon his retirement from the city after 24 years of service. Resolution number 2022-132, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Jacqueline Mace upon her retirement from the city after 22 years of service. Resolution number 2022-133, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance honoring Police Officer Klaus Schultz upon his retirement from the city after 22 years of service. Resolution number 2022-134, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Police Officer Todd Kronk upon his retirement from the city after 22 years of service. Resolution number 2022-135, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Police Sergeant Michael Woodward upon his retirement from the city after 20 years of service. Resolution number 2022-136, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Tommy Knapp upon her retirement from the city after 20 years of service.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to adopt items 6B to 6I?
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph and Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed. Request clarification or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communications 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Speakers, please turn off your cell phone when you come to the microphone. If presenting handout material to the council, please provide 10 copies to the city clerk before speaking. It is now 7:14. Go ahead.
Lynn Robinson,
Lynn Robinson, Director of Ways and Means for the Torrance Rose Float Association. I'm here to remind everyone that we still need float decorators starting December 27th and going until December 31st. If riding down Colorado Boulevard on the City of Torrance float is on your bucket list, we can make that happen. There's one seat left on this year's float for $1,500. If you'd rather watch the parade, we have tickets to the parade and a bus. It's $140 a person. We have tickets left. Information is on our website, torrancerosefloat.org, or you can call the hotline 310-618-2425 and leave a message. We wish you all happy holidays and Happy New Year.
Danielle Johnson,
Good evening, Mayor, Chen, and City Council members. TAMA, the Torrance Art Museum Advocates, exclusively supports the Torrance Art Museum through its financial contributions, education opportunities, and specifically advocacy for the museum staff. As TAMA's advocacy chair, I'm here to encourage the Torrance City Council to accept a redesignation of TAM staff positions recently presented to them by the TRREO bargaining employee group. The work Max, Suna, Hope, and Henrique do far exceeds the time allotted to them, yet they continue to impress and soar beyond expectations with the caliber of visual arts they show at the museum. A redesignation of their positions will afford them additional hours at a competitive wage to maintain this level of superior effort recognized by the city itself via your 2020 and 2021 Excellence in Arts Awards. Thank you for your support.
Camille Lewis,
You guys know why we're here. We want justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You have to do that civilian oversight committee. You have to fire the police officers for those racist texts. You're talking about Hanukkah. The police officers on your force are completely anti-Semitic. All of you are white supremacists. Like, you guys, how could you even bring up the word Hanukkah? I was just like, you guys, please, we are demanding justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell today. I just don't know what to say to you. Do you think this is a joke with your stupid sweaters? You're talking about unhoused people. You don't care. Your lack of empathy towards everybody in this city. I will be there when those people from South Korea are there. I will fucking be there. You know.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Sarah Bowers,
Sounds like a threat to me.
Yeah.
All right. 4 years since police killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, another year since the racist text came out from police officers that have talked about either lying about killing people, that have talked about lynching people, that have talked about killing black children and burying them in special coffins, that have talked about having firing squads ready. I'm not really sure why you're not doing anything about it. I don't know if the police association is bribing you or if you just don't want to stand up to them. Creating a chief advisory committee is not an independent civilian oversight committee. Another thing that's very troublesome is that even when you mentioned for a few seconds about an oversight committee, you said that it would have to go before the people for a vote because it infringed on employees' rights, which is gross when you're talking about providing accountability to officers. That's not infringing.
James Henry.
He's got 10 handouts.
I am pulling consent item 8A, City Treasurer, accept and file investment report for the month of October. I have a suggestion for the newly elected City Treasurer, Tim Goodrich. To better understand the increase or decrease in the ending balance of the city's monthly investment, may I suggest adding the following table, which includes the ending balance from the previous month's investment September before the table of the major fund category cash balances for the current month. There isn't any mention of the previous month's ending balance, September, also known as the balance forward, in this month's investment report. Do I have concurrence?
Sherry Veron.
Every time I come here, I am more and more stunned at the hypocrisy that goes on here. Your openings every single time talk about caring about the citizens of Torrance, and your actions do not show that. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's mother does not have the benefit of having him with her for this holiday. You talked about having family together. She does not have that benefit. I can see why you don't want an oversight committee, because they will find out about the hypocrisy that goes on here. And if you cared 1 ounce about taking care of business, which you talk about wanting to take care of business, you would fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon.
Michael Hobson.
So folks have already said, it's been 4 years since Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's death. 4 years. As folks have already said, his family cannot see him for this holiday season. Imagine not being able to see your family members during the holidays. We will keep showing up and demanding that the officers who killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, Matthew Concannon, and Anthony Chavez be fired. Y'all need to create the Civilian Oversight Commission. There have been multiple people, multiple political bodies that have demanded it for years. I yield my time.
Sheila Bates.
So, Chen, you started out the meeting by talking about how you wish people get to spend time with their loved ones. You know who can't do that? Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You know who's missing someone at their table this holiday season and has done so for the last 4 holiday seasons? Christopher's family. You know why? Because Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, 2 cops who were involved in the messaging scandal, you know, when 30 Torrance cops were sending and receiving racist, homophobic, transphobic, anti-Semitic messages. 2 of these same cops were, no surprise, involved in murdering Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. These messages predated his murder, which occurred within 15 seconds of them approaching the vehicle. Also involved in this murder was Brian Kawamoto, the cop who shot him with a beanbag gun after he was already dead. The same cop who you allowed to be in city council chambers and who brutalized attendees. And you racist cowards sign off on this murder by refusing to hold them accountable. In fact, you gave them raises and awards, and you honored some of them this evening. You continue to honor cops when you haven't released the name.
Thank you. Your time is up. Ma'am, your time is up. You are disrupting our meeting.
There's tons of overlap in Torrance. This is not accountability. Accountability is taking these matters out of the hands of you cowards and putting it into the hands of the Civilian Oversight Committee.
Ma'am, you're disrupting our meeting.
Known to be involved in the scandal and any others who are not known of. Because mark my words.
I'm giving you a warning. You're disrupting a meeting or you will be expelled. Wow. 7. Do we have anyone else? You got 1 minute, sir.
Okay. Hi, my name is Uzair Pasta, and I'm the co-captain of the El Camino Speech and Debate Team, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about our wonderful program. For the past couple of years, we have won numerous honors and accolades, winning at the local, state, and national championships. But this is the first year that El Camino has an opportunity to send 4 of their individuals to the International Forensic Championship in Tokyo, Japan. Now, in order to make this dream a reality, we need to raise upwards of $10,000 and even more. So we're hosting 2 speech showcases, one on January 26th at the Campus Theater and one on February 28th at the Marzi Auditorium at 7 p.m. at El Camino. We encourage all of you guys to please attend, and I would give you flyers, but I only have 8 copies. So please invite friends, loved ones, and even your in-laws, and we hope to see you there.
Thank you. Do I have anyone else?
Hello, this is Paul Chaptime again. I wish you a happy and Merry Christmas. And I'm very happy you approved like $6,000 for the holiday lights. But this year you also managed to get a few police officers standing next to the parked cars on PCH and from, what is that called? Robert Road to all the way to Enza Avenue. They're making $80, you know, minimum an hour. So they're going to have a nice Christmas also. And I appreciate it. You like the Christmas celebration, and you're coming in your ugly sweatshirts, you know. And I don't have an ugly sweatshirt or I don't have a pretty sweatshirt, but I brought my ugly face. And you can enjoy it. And I cannot take it off, so you have to endure it, you know. So, but Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, we'll move on to item 8. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull item 8A and 8G, please. A as in apple, G as in Gary.
Okay, 8A and 8G as in golf. Anyone else for any other items? G as in golf.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Do I have a motion to accept items 8B all the consent calendar with the exception of 8A and 8G.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions from our city treasurer for 8A. If you could please elaborate the reason for redemption for 3 investment bonds that we pulled out or we redeemed, and what's the plan in the future for these 3 redemption investments? Thank you, sir.
Hi, Councilmember Shake. Sure, be happy to elaborate on that. So one of the primary functions of the Treasurer's Office is to manage the needs of the city in regards to cash flow. So as our securities and different investments mature, which happens on a rolling basis, on virtually a monthly basis, we then look at the cash flow needs of the city and determine whether it's appropriate to hold on to those investments that have matured in cash or reinvest them. And we do that on a rolling basis, that evaluation.
Thank you. Is there interest rate is also into effect? Has any bearing for this?
Yes, absolutely. Although the Fed hiking the rates, the interest rates have negatively affected many people, one of the benefactors is actually localities, including ourselves. So, for example, this maturity that you see here that was redeemed at 2.262%. Right now, that money is sitting in our U.S. Bank money market account, earning 3.55%.
Right. Thank you. That will give a great leverage to earn additional interest because of these reinvestments. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Do you have any other questions from the council on item 8A? If not, I'll take a motion.
I make a motion to accept 8A, item 8A.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're on to consent calendar item 8G as in golf. Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. For these, there are a couple items in our agenda packet that we are purchasing quite a few vehicles. So I'd like to request staff to answer 2 questions. Number one, after we purchase the new vehicles, what we do, what the plans are with the existing vehicles that we have. If you could please elaborate on that, please.
Good evening, Council. Louis Ochoa with Public Works, in your honor. Sorry. So normally what happens is that the vehicles that are being replaced, they will be, the parts we want to keep will be parted out, the ones that we want to keep. For example, a lot of the vehicles have aero boards or aero sticks on them, so we'll keep those and use those. Also, the vehicles will go out to auction, and the money that will be reinvested for the in the vehicle purchase funds for future vehicle purchases at that point.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I'll take a motion to approve item 8G as in golf.
I make a motion to approve item 8G as in golf.
Second.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 9, administrative matters. Items from 9A from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honor. There is. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Agenda item 9A is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council accept and file an update on the report of the city's progress in addressing homelessness in Torrance. Next slide, please. So this evening's presentation will include updates on the three following areas. Updates on the 3290 Housing Village at Civic Center Drive, street outreach efforts and faith-based engagement, community donations, and how the community can help. To begin, staff would like to provide a brief overview of the evolution of the temporary housing program. Starting in
Daddy,
June...
may I interrupt you? There's nothing on the board yet, is it? It's supposed to pop up?
Apologies for that. Mayor and Council will... Thank you, Jamie, for the quick troubleshooting. Next slide, please. Again, we apologize, Mayor and Council, for those difficulties. So, quick overview of the evolution of the temporary housing program. In June of 2021, after an exhaustive search of city assets, the City Council selected the Civic Center grounds to be the site for the interim housing program for a period of a 12-month trial phase. In January of 2022, the City Council awarded Pallet SPC an agreement to purchase, deliver, and assemble 40 housing units and the supporting operational structures, which included case management offices, bathrooms, showers, laundry facilities, and a guard booth. As the interdepartmental team advanced the site's design and construction, the City Council awarded Harbor Interfaith an agreement to provide the interim housing services program in April of 2022. Next slide, please. Doors officially opened on July 5th, 2022, with the first client intake. As outreach efforts quickly advanced to address park and other high visibility encampments throughout Torrance, staff continue to follow up on additional council requests, such as completing additional security fencing, which was negotiated with the Judicial Council, approved by City Council on September 13th, and completed in September 30th of 2022. Another request was to continue to explore alternative potential sites for interim housing to be advanced. Staff notes that on November 15th, City Council approved funding that will allow the city to retain soils and remediation consulting services that are needed to engage the State Department of Toxic Substances Control on lifting deed restrictions that currently preclude residential occupancies at the Regional Transit Center. More to come on this as updates proceed. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Deputy City Manager Viet Huang, who will provide updates on the Housing Village, housing stability, and case management updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. Viet Huang, City Manager's Office. Next slide, please. And as Mr. Santana noted, the first part of our presentation will be to identify progress we've made with the 3290 Temporary Housing Village. So just as a reminder, the concept of a temporary housing village is really twofold. Number one is to create a housing stability. That is to say, to provide a place for people experiencing homelessness to go and be at for a temporary period of time. They have access to the same 64 square feet unit during their stay in the interim housing village. There are 40 units on site, and in addition to the living units, 3 meals are provided every day, and there's a shared restroom, showers, as well as laundry facilities. There are 2 security guards 24/7 at the site. And our site is professionally managed by Harbor Interfaith Services. And just as a reminder, Harbor Interfaith Services has been in the business of homelessness for almost 40 years. And they actually run 3 interim sites in the South Bay area. The closest one to us is the interim housing site at Redondo Beach. As I mentioned before, there's a twofold purpose when it comes to temporary housing, and that is housing stability, which we've already covered, as well as case management. And when it comes to case management and support services, that's the goal is to move people towards permanent housing by giving them the support services that they need that allows them to attain permanent housing. Next slide, please. At the heart of case management is the concept of a housing plan, and 100% of the residents at 3290 Temporary Housing Village have what's referred to as a housing plan. The housing plan is a guiding document that helps someone move from being unhoused towards permanently housed. And the housing plan is based off of the intake process, assessment, which is an extensive process by which someone who was previously experiencing homelessness is asked about barriers that they may have that holds them back from attaining permanent housing, as well as opportunities that can be leveraged that helps them move towards permanent housing. And then most important is ongoing conversations. So once a housing plan is created, where it identifies the goal of the individual experiencing homelessness and the path, a roadmap that helps them attain permanent housing, ongoing conversations happen with case managers and resident aides that moves that person towards permanent housing. Next slide, please. This cannot be done alone. Even though we have an incredible partner in Harbor Interfaith Services, Harbor Interfaith Services does rely on others in the community to help them with the work that they do. There's some notable partners that we bring into 3290 that city staff wanted to highlight. The first one that we've mentioned a few times to your honorable body and the community is Venice Family Clinic. Venice Family Clinic now comes out on a weekly basis for half a day to provide physical and behavioral health services. South Bay Workforce Investment Board, who has presented before your honorable body before, provides life and work skills training. And currently 8 clients are engaged in some form of service with the South Bay WIB, including job training and interview and resume support. Staff is particularly excited to announce that with a partnership of the Torrance Municipal Employees AFSCME Local 1117, we were able to create a work experience using grant funds from the South Bay WIB. So the work experience will be up to 120 hours for an individual in the 3290 temporary housing program to gain work experience. The position itself is called assistant maintenance worker, and that position again will have up to 120 hours to gain some practical work experience, build some credibility on their resume, and then just be reintegrated with the workforce. We are currently in contract with South Bay Workforce, developing the contract with the South Bay Workforce Investment Board, and we believe we'll be able to offer this work experience in early 2023. Another key partner at the site that your honorable body approved the contract with is Mental Health America Los Angeles. Currently, they are coming out to the 3290 site twice each week. In addition, as you'll hear from my colleague Zolma Gent, Mental Health America also goes out and performs street outreach with us as well. They're a critical partner because they provide licensed social workers who help us out with behavioral health services. Lastly, a key partner I wanted to identify on this slide is the Department of Public Health, and they are really critical in ensuring the safety of our interim housing site, giving us guidance on how to keep it safe, particularly in matters related to COVID. Recently, they were out at the 3290 site to provide vaccinations to those at 3290. Next slide, please. Before I turn it over to Sherry Weaver and introduce Sherry Weaver, I do want to take a quick moment. For those in the community who have heard me speak at the district meetings, and for city council and city staff who have heard me present on homelessness, something really important that I always want to bring up is the city of Torrance for decades, like many communities around us, have been relying on key individuals or key departments to address homelessness. That is to say, in Torrance, we've been relying on our Torrance Police Department, our Torrance Fire Department, nonprofit agencies such as Harbor Interfaith Services and the Salvation Army, and faith-based organizations. Something really important for us that we wanted to achieve since last time we presented before your honorable body is to bring in faith-based organizations. We obviously are bringing in nonprofit organizations through the partners I just mentioned in Harbor Interfaith Services. It was really important for us to bring the faith-based organizations in, who again, like the fire department and the police department, have been doing this work for decades. And so I'm really excited and really proud and really grateful to say Nancy Wilcox, who I often refer to as the ultimate community volunteer, took over this effort for us and really spearheaded bringing together faith-based organizations to be a key partner at our 3290 site. At this time, I'm pleased to introduce Sherry Weaver, who's the director of the Coordinated Entry System and who is the manager of all the interim housing sites operated by Harbor Interfaith Services, to talk a little bit more about the importance of our faith-based partners, as well as some key housing metrics that the 3290 site has attained. Sherry?
Good evening, and I love the sweaters. I wished I got the memo so I could have worn mine tonight. But just want to touch bases on faith-based partners. And for Harbor Interfaith Services, this is not something new for us. We were actually founded by the faith community nearly 47 years ago. So to have those faith memberships now folded into this project is really a blessing for us. And just kind of the mission of what, the city and we talked about was really looking at, homeless engagement, things that already exist within the faith community, and how to pull and unite those services together, and really to talk about what are some of the homeless solutions that we're working with here in the city of Torrance. So we have had 2 meetings so far, September and October. We had 21 congregations that participated, and we tried to give an overview of not only what the coordinated entry system is, but specifically, how 3290 plays a part in that broader system and how the faith community has opportunities to participate. And some of the things that they've been able to do thus far is provide a number of donation drives that included hygiene, laundry detergent, clothing, and blankets, meal preparation and services. They've done a holiday meal most recently. They did a wonderful Thanksgiving meal, and they came out and served all the residents. And then holiday events. So last night, and I'm looking at Nancy, who is my busiest retired volunteer that I've ever met and my partner for almost 20-something years. Really want to, my kudos to her. She is beyond amazing, and I thank her so much for not only being my partner, but being my friend and standing side by side with me in a lot of these efforts. But we did Christmas caroling, and Nancy putting her additional flavor on it. We had hot apple cider and goodie bags out there, and the residents really, really enjoyed that. Next slide, please. This is just a couple of pictures of our faith community that have come out. The middle picture, as you see, is the Thanksgiving dinner, and then the blankets, of course, that we just discussed. Next slide, please. So I want to touch upon some of the housing metrics to date. So permanent housing attainment, we've had one individual, I believe it was within the first 30 days, that needed a higher level of care. So she's actually been placed in a medical facility for behavioral health. We had one other individual, again, within our first 30 days of operations, that was able to move into permanent housing. And then we've had 2 individuals that just most recently have moved into West Haven, which is a permanent supportive housing project in the city of Athens that offers 57 units for single adults with disabling conditions. So one of those, and one of the things I'd really like to talk about, I know we talk about numbers and stats, but I'd really like to kind of put a face on, some of the people that are benefiting of this. First off, Derek, who is 35 years old. He's been homeless since 2007, and after 4 months of residency at 3290, his homelessness ended on November the 29th. He is now a tenant in Unit 311. Yes, I read over his lease agreement today because it just makes me excited and proud that we've got him off the streets and into permanent housing. Derek reported that this is his very first apartment of his own. He said he is cooking and eating very healthy, and I know that Derek likes to eat. so I know that he's mastered his cooking. And that he'll be enrolling next semester at Southwest College, which literally is across the street from his new permanent home. Our second resident, Cindy, is a 60-year-old female. She's been homeless since 2017 after having a stroke. She lost her employment, lost her apartment, find herself sleeping in her car near Columbia Park. The stroke left her permanently disabled, but it did not diminish her spirit. Cindy's homelessness ended after 5 months at 3290 on December the 16th, just this past Friday. She has an ADA unit at West Haven. She was blessed by somebody giving her a TV, so she no longer has to watch her favorite programs on her cell phone. And the other beautiful thing of her permanent housing is that she has a 37-year-old adult daughter who she didn't have a lot of engagement with during the time she was homeless. A lot of it because she was embarrassed about where she was at in her life. Now she has a home where she can have her 37-year-old daughter come and visit her. Some of the other things that we currently have in the pipeline, we have 7 individuals, the 2 that I just spoke about, and 5 more that are going to be moving into West Haven. I would like to say it's going to be a clean sweep before 2023, but if not, it'll be very early 2023 that all 7 of those residents will have ended their homelessness and moved into permanent supportive housing. The one thing that I would like to lift up too, for those residents moving into this site, they will have the additional safety net and services that will support both their housing retention and stabilization. Some of the other resources that we've brought into the facility, we have a contract right now with the Housing Authority for the City of LA. So we have applications for Section 8, and we've been able to target and match those resources to 5 of our residents there. Actually, it's not 5 residents, it's 5 applications. One of those is going to give us a 2-4 placement with a mother and her adult son. So we'll actually be able to move 2 people out of the site with 1 Section 8 voucher. We also have a veteran who most recently received his HUD voucher from the Veterans Administration. And then we have 1 other resident that is working with an emergency housing voucher to identify an apartment that he can then rent. Is there a shortage of permanent housing? Absolutely. You know, one of our biggest challenges, crisis, you know, it's probably been talked about exhaustively. We do have a new administration with Mayor Bass now. Was glad to see that the county supervisors have joined together to take city and county funds and really strengthen the system. But again, the shortage of permanent housing, it's great to have all these resources with Section 8, but if we can't find a unit for that person to rent, the struggle is real. And it's all of our organizations throughout LA County that are competing. And then just one other note that I want to make too, although it's not a happy note, one of our residents has passed away since being there. His name is Robert. He was quite the character and he had quite a sense of humor. I raise this up because even in those moments, there is a positive spin on this. Robert did not die alone. He had his family at his bedside. In fact, we had to convince him to go with the paramedics. And the reason he didn't want to leave is because he didn't want to lose his unit. He finally had a sense of community and he had a sense of dignity. And I am going to take that positive spin with me. His family, when they came out and picked up his personal belongings, said, would you mind if we saw where he was sleeping at? And we were able to show him that unit. So what a blessing that this site has been for us. And I think the next slide, please, is a couple of pictures of West Haven inside some of the units. These units are fully furnished. And I think, you know, the joy of doing the work that we do is being able to see them get their keys in their hands and open that door up for the first time and move into a place like this. So I thank you, and thank you for allowing me to give you an update.
Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you, Sherry, for those updates. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Zulma Chant with the City Manager's Office. Next slide, please. I'll be giving you an update on the outreach program. As mentioned to your honorable body in the report in front of you, Valerie Hernandez, the city's dedicated outreach worker coordinator, continues to respond to incoming referrals from the city's various departments, community members, past and present elected officials, and commissioners. So she's a very busy lady, especially because everybody has her direct cell phone. Valerie partners with Torrance Police Department and various homeless service organizations, as we had mentioned earlier in the report, Mental Health of America LA being one of them. And the team visits those experiencing homelessness in the city of Torrance, whether it's a park, business, or private properties. Valerie and the police department maintained a very busy schedule. Staff also works in partnership with cross-jurisdictional agencies, such as Los Angeles County, Caltrans, and the various railroad agencies and City of Torrance businesses here in the city. Staff works to address those areas of concern that are not on the City of Torrance jurisdiction, but are concerned to the community and are located in our neighborhood. This collaborative effort has given the city the leverage to address over 20 areas of encampments in the City of Torrance. And this task is an ongoing effort on behalf of the city. In addition, staff worked with City Cable to develop an educational brochure that will be distributed to all fire stations, city departments, and interact with public and city hall lobbies. Next slide, please. As Mayor announced earlier today, the homeless count is fast approaching. And for many years now, the City of Torrance has served as a deployment site and continues to partner with the Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority, local municipalities and law enforcement, and community members that volunteer their time during that evening. This year's homeless count will take place on Wednesday, January 25th at Ken Miller Recreation Center. And just a correction for any member that is willing to volunteer that evening, to please visit www.theycountwillyou.org, not Nancy Wilcox. You don't need prior experience to volunteer, and the teams are limited to 3 members per team. So please, we encourage the community members, if you want to assist people experiencing homelessness, that's one of the ways to assist, to volunteer your time for the homeless count. Next slide, please. Lastly, we always also continue to encourage all community members to please use the LA Hop portal. Report someone experiencing homelessness in your neighborhood or in the City of Torrance. The portal can be accessed by visiting www.lahop.org, or if you have downloaded the new Torrance app, click on the citizen's request. It will quickly direct you to the LA Hop website where you can enter a request. Staff would also like to thank all community members for their continued generosity in donating to the City of Torrance Homeless Services. Whether you dropped off a donation at City Hall lobby or contacted me or Nancy to donate your time or items, we want to say thank you. Every donation counts to assist the residents of 3290. But anyone wanting to make donations, you can either visit the City of Torrance website at torranceca.gov/homeless or contact Nancy Wilcox. Next slide, please.
Hold on, Zoma. Ma'am, the lady sitting in the back in the yellow sweatshirt, you're disrupting our meeting. I've asked you just please allow the meeting to continue. Even if you may not disagree, please don't disrupt our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. On this slide, you see a picture of Nancy Wilcox. We want to thank the City of Torrance longtime resident, which is Nancy Wilcox, and a volunteer. She goes above and beyond, not just by donating her valuable time, but she also coordinates all the donations and faith-based community engagement events. Nancy, you are greatly appreciated. On this picture, we can also see, and we also want to publicly acknowledge and send a huge thank you to South Bay Hyundai Genesis for their donation of 50 sleeping bags, which you see this picture on this slide. Those sleeping bags were put to use by the 3290 residents, which helped them maintain warmth during this cold weather. Also in this picture is one of our congregations who graciously served Thanksgiving meals to residents of 3290, as Sherry mentioned earlier. But not on this slide, and also a huge thank you to Providence for their continued support on the city's homeless efforts, not just for donating the money as mentioned earlier, but also they donated hygiene kits to the city. And we also want to acknowledge Mr. Ali Abid, who is also not on this slide, but we want to make a recognition for his donation. And he's a friend of Councilmember Sheikh. He has committed to making donations of hygiene kits on a quarterly basis or as much the city needs. So we are very grateful for everybody that contributes to all those efforts and not just the 3290 Temporary Housing Village residents. The outpouring of support from the community members, faith-based community, and the business community, and everyone else in between has been tremendous and greatly appreciated. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can also see more donations from community members, including the goodie bags that were made for the residents at 3290 just to bring them some joy during the holidays. Next slide, please. And lastly, on this slide, more community members donating along with the West High alumni class of 1972, which at their 50th year reunion, they donated 76 sweaters and sweatshirts and jackets who were given to the residents of 3290. The outpouring of support, like I mentioned, from the community members and everybody else is greatly appreciated and very heartwarming to the city. Now I will introduce Mr. Viet Wong, who will finalize this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Zolma. Next slide, please. As we conclude this update here, Honorable Body, we do want to identify some key next steps. As mentioned earlier, on an ongoing basis, we continue to look for funding sources to support our work towards homelessness. Staff is very excited to let you know, late last night or early this morning, staff did find out that two grants that we applied to earlier this year made it into the 2023 Omnibus Bill. And the two grants that staff had applied for were $1 million through Congressman Liu and Senators Feinstein and Padilla, and $750,000 from Congresswoman Waters and Senators Feinstein and Padilla again. The next step for this is for keep your fingers crossed for approval or passage through the House, then the Senate, and then a sign-off from the President, which we're hoping to find out good news by the end of this week. So staff does want to assure your Honorable Body we do continue to look for funding sources. And then just 4 hours ago, staff did find out that the State of California Housing and Community Development Department has allocated us a little over $700,000 from the permanent local housing allocation funds, again, that can be directed towards homelessness, very specifically for the 3290 site. As Mr. Santana noted at the very beginning, we are aware that your Honorable Body did approve this for a 12-month pilot period. It is staff's intention at the beginning of next year, probably in the February timeframe, to bring a recommendation back to your Honorable Body about the extension of 3290 beyond the 12-month pilot period. Next slide, please. The staff's recommendation is that your Honorable Body accept and file this report on the city's progress towards addressing homelessness. Last slide, please. And Sherry Weaver, Nancy Wilcox, Zolma Gent, Danny Santana, and I are available for any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Looks like we have some council members clicked in. We'll start with Councilwoman Lewis.
I have nothing to say about the report, but I just want to say to Sherry and to Nancy and to Zuma and to Valerie, and particularly you, Vid, thank you. I want to thank each of you individually and collectively for bringing a humanistic approach to this matter. You bring dignity and chances for second chances and bring viability and stability with this program to our city. And that's important. And we're grateful for all of the work and all of the energy that you put in it to make sure the solutions for our community are sustainable. So I salute each of you and applaud all of you. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank also all the staff involved that worked so hard and so diligently, so compassionately on this program. to help these people that are in huge need in our community, and also all the people in the community that have supported the program financially or in other ways. It is appreciated, and I appreciate it, even though I'm going to have some critical comments. It's great to hear all the positives of things that you're doing, but I think it's also important that we cover some of the concerns, at least the concerns that I share. One of the things that this council did when we approved the housing project was that we were anticipating that it would allow us to enforce anti-camping. I'd like an update on that, if that can be provided, because I'm assuming that we have not been able to.
Councilman, you are correct. So our understanding of Martin versus Boise is that enforcement can only happen when a bed is practically available. As your honorable body heard, within the first 2 weeks of the opening of 3290, all 40 units were full. And the truth is, even though Sherry Weaver did share some exciting news that people are moving out to permanent supportive housing or being connected with a permanent housing voucher of some sort, the challenge is we do have a wait list of individuals that will be filling those units as soon as others move out. As such, enforcing anti-camping is not possible without available units.
Right, and I wanted you to make sure you touched on that, because I know the public expects that, because we promised that to them when we proposed this, at least the council that was here at the time. And so I feel like the public potentially has been somewhat misled on thinking that this was going to solve that issue and allow us to enforce the anti-camping rules, which we obviously have not been able to. The other thing that I wanted to touch on is the fact that we've been open coming up on 6 months. Do we have any statistics on how long the majority of those have the majority of the residents in 3290 been there since the beginning?
That is correct, Councilman. Sherry did cover the statistics of those who are moving out before, in a few previous slides. Staff believes that as more people move out, we would be able to get statistics. At this point, not enough have moved out to give us a reliable statistic on how long people stay.
Right, and the other thing is that we were promised that this would be short-term housing, and so I'm a little concerned that if we aren't moving people out more rapidly, that this is going to turn into long-term housing. So I want to express that concern today for you to be aware of. Is something I'm very concerned about. And the other thing that I want to point out too is, yes, some of the encampments that have been around the city, the visible encampments, have disappeared, but unfortunately others have sprung up to replace those in different locations, or in some cases back in the same location. And so, unfortunately, the visible impact that this is having on our community, to a lot of people's view, is not making significant progress on addressing the concerns of the community. And I don't know how we can address that, but it's a concern, and especially it's a concern because I hear almost every single day of crime and or other significant incidents related to how unhoused people in our community, and that's creating a community that feels unsafe, and that's a big concern to me, and I know it is to our public. And I'm very concerned about that, and I'm just worried about all the concerns that our residents have, and the right to also have a community that they can feel safe in. So those are concerns that I have, and I would like to see in future reports how you're addressing those for the benefit of all of the public, not just for the council. Those are my main concerns at this time, and again, I do want to make another comment in regards to the transitioning out. And this is a statistic that I don't have the facts to back it up 100%, but at the rate that we're permanently housing people, it'll be decades before we house the people that are unhoused in our community. I don't know that our public is willing to wait that long. And so I'm concerned that unless we find a way to increase the ability to permanently house, this problem is not really going to improve in the situation, how it impacts our community. So I wanted to make sure I provided the flip side to all the positive news that you shared, and I, again, appreciate all the positive efforts that have been extended. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani?
Thank you, Mayor. Addressing the issue of compassionately taking care of these individuals is never ending. And I know that you're working so hard. And as Councilmember Griffiths said, there's still a lot of work to do. So thank you very much. I also want to just let you know that I do see the successes. I'm so happy that 8 people are moving on to a better quality of life. So thank you for that. I also want to just say a shout out, and I appreciate Ms. Hernandez and Ms. Gent's efforts to look at the borders of our community, Western Avenue, that is challenged with people that are vulnerably housed. And I appreciate you working with those other authorities to address that. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you again, all of you, for your hard work. I think it is one of the most difficult tasks that we have given you guys, and you have done amazing job. Like the person said earlier, that you guys are the star, and I think that's maybe understatement. You have done more and way beyond what was expected of me directly. When I meet with Mr. Chapari on almost weekly basis, and every week we talk about the situation for homeless. We have taken care of Columbia Park encampment. We have done a lot of things at the Alnido Park, Enza and Hawthorne. There are multiple examples. I want to thank you, Zulma, Sherry Weaver, every single one. Like I said, every week I bring these things to our staff, the dedicated staff, and I also have given the limitations that you have. You also tell us the liability factor, there are how many things that you have to take care of before you take any action. And thank you to our police department for supporting you for this activity. Just like my colleagues, I do have a few concerns, and I'd like you to please help us understand. The number one is the support from federal and state, how they are helping us. Like I mentioned in the past, there are some individuals, no matter how you help them, they will not be able to be a part of success that we want. The drug addict, mentally unstable people, if you bring them here, it's going to be very difficult for us to achieve what we want to achieve. So have we done anything on that aspect? And then I have a couple follow-up questions.
Councilman Sheikh, let's take a break. Ma'am, the lady in the yellow sweatshirt, this is your final warning. If you continue to disrupt our meeting, we'll have to eject you. This is your final warning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman, to the greatest extent possible, we're trying to connect people who may have behavioral health concerns with the right resources. And that was the purpose of asking your honorable body for the city to enter in a contract with Mental Health America Los Angeles. A social worker is provided that can certify someone who certify contacts with the individual so that we can access resources from agencies such as the Department of Mental Health. The challenge that we have is if there are services available or resources available at these other agencies, and that really has been a pretty significant challenge for us, is finding resources that are available. Staff has mentioned it before. We have reached out to other levels of government, including a meeting that the mayor was involved with, where we met with our assemblyman to share some concerns that we have in regards to resources that are practically available, that the city can refer or make connections to people in our interim site or just experiencing street homelessness with. So we continue to look for resources that are out there. They are scarce. And so we have to use creative ways, and we lean into Harbor Interfaith Services and other agencies that have more experience in this area to help connect us to the right resource. I will say the one other thing, and I apologize, I haven't had a chance to read it extensively. I am aware that yesterday President Biden did announce some shift in federal funding related to homelessness. So not a lot of information was put out yesterday, but we are keeping our eye on that to see what that means in terms of accessing resources at a higher level. I think the last way I'll answer your question is, as you can see, we're aggressively going after funding. Some of the funding resources that staff announced today, we're aggressively seeking funding. Where we are seeing challenges is even with funding available that doesn't rely on cities' general funds, the resources out there to help us are just not there right at this time. And that's where we have to just continue looking for creative solutions or waiting for things such as the president's announcement yesterday and see what that actually means.
So, do you have any number of individuals who were transferred from 3290 to mental health rehab facilities?
Councilman, I'm gonna. I want to say that cautiously. So, permanent supportive housing is a concept where someone has permanent housing. They also have continuous wraparound services. In contrast, permanent housing that looks like maybe a Section 8 voucher or subsidized housing does not necessarily come with those wraparound services. Mrs. Weaver mentioned earlier the West Haven community. So those offer different levels of service. It may not just be mental health, just so that I'm clear on it. It's just wraparound services that someone who may need extra assistance, whether it's physical health, behavioral health, or other sources of ongoing wraparound services can attain. Those are the ones that primarily we're looking at right now for the residents at 3290 based on the professional assessment of Harbor Interfaith Services. We mentioned before in previous updates to your honorable body that we found out after moving people in that we are a high acuity site, meaning people there have a number of barriers, including low or no income, low or poor credit. Those are all factors that would contribute to a high acuity score. A permanent supportive housing, which probably is different than what you're actually asking me about a mental facility, offers support that would address some of those vulnerabilities that someone would have. And that is probably the bulk of the individuals that we are seeing at 3290.
Thank you. Another question. I have two more questions, so thank you for your time. Do we have any data to see how many or the number of incidents caused by the transients of 3290? Number of incidents they caused in the neighborhood? If we don't, that's okay. I'd like you to, have those numbers available, and if there's a way we can, I know we're working closely with TPD to address and basically reduce those kind of incidents, and we have fans already. What my point is that we are very aggressive in resolving, but we need to be very, to find a ways to remove those people who are repetitively, offenders for these things, so we don't keep them here and we transfer them to other facilities. That's my point. The last question that I wanted to ask is, how aggressively are we looking for other sites if we do not go or stay in this? We think that may not be suitable. Do we have any?
Councilman Sheikh, Danny Santana.
Thank you, sir.
We continue to look at every opportunity that we meet with for potential private development. The City Council has already reviewed all city assets and did not identify that any were appropriate for this type of operation. That's why we've turned to private development potential. Unfortunately, that has not yielded any sites that would be willing to offer the city an in-kind contribution of real estate, but we have had instances where our corporate citizens have offered contributions to help support the operations. For example, Ceres Regis provided a $25,000 donation to help the city with our startup costs associated with 3290. One location that presently is not available for an alternate site consideration is the Mary Kay Giordano Regional Transit Center. That property is on Crenshaw Boulevard, just south of 208th Street. It presently has a deed restriction that is associated with the legacy uses that operated at that location. For 50 years, it was a Pittsburgh paint and glass manufacturing facility. Over the time, there were soil remediation concerns that DTSC had associated with the property. if it was used for certain uses, namely for sensitive receptors. That means that residential occupancies are not permitted at that location at the current time. On November 15th, as we mentioned during the presentation, Mayor and Council approved professional and technical support funding for the city to retain a consultant that would allow DTSC to be engaged, to identify what modifications need to take place to the site, to hopefully address with both remediation and measures incorporated into design that would allow for that location to be considered. That is a long process, though. It is not something that can be achieved quickly, does require external support, and does require funding. And that was one of the reasons why we were so grateful from a staff perspective that that was included in the list of options that Mayor and Council approved on the 15th of November.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you all for your help and for your hard work. I cannot thank you enough for all what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Viet, and also the city staff, also Sherry, for your presentations. As has been pointed out, we're now at the 6-month mark, and the previous council decided to go forward with the 3290 project. And I think what I'm hearing from not only my fellow members on the council, but also from residents, is, and the constant question is, are we advancing or are we stuck? I know that we had a number of elected officials from the federal, state, and county levels appear here at the site, with the media for the photo opportunity. However, it's my impression that we as a city are limited because we cannot provide the wraparound services that the residents need, those who are high acuity. We cannot provide permanent housing and the wraparound services because we're limited unless our federal, state, and county partners do provide that assistance. So I think what I'm hearing and also what I'm seeing is that for those residents who have been housed there for now going on 6 months, they're stuck, they're stymied unless our partners can help provide permanent housing with the wraparound services. So I'm hopeful that in the next 6 months they'll step up in a big way. But at this point, if we don't get more a more dynamic program in place that does allow these individuals who first move off the street to come into 3290, receive the initial level of services that they need, fine-tune their case, and then enable them to move forward. I don't know how much longer we can continue this. So I'm just sharing, those comments that I'm getting from the public and the perception that with ongoing homeless in our community also is accompanied by higher crime. And I think that reality that perception is a reality here in our city. But once again, thank you very much for your efforts to date. I think you've done a tremendous job, and I, as a member, want to continue to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Viet and staff. I think a great presentation. It's always nice to hear progress, even if it's slow coming. I think progress of any sort is always better than doing nothing. I too have concerns. I think we've talked about this in the past, and I continue to believe that our ability to enforce the anti-camping ordinance is not limited to 3290 having vacancy. I truly believe that, and I believe that if we actually look at the ruling Martin versus Boise case, it does not necessarily say that they have to be in a housing project like this. It needs to be a shelter provided. That shelter, I believe at one of our meetings, initial meetings when we were putting this program together, needs to be within a reasonable distance from where the subject is residing at the time. I think we had established that if you're within the service area, in our area, I believe Spot 8, that would be considered an area that's serviceable, right? An area that you can consider as part of the plan. Now, one of the questions that we've asked in the past and got confirmation is that a motel room is considered a shelter. I also believe that the city took steps to locate some motels that were willing to take on individuals at a preset price. I don't remember exactly what that preset price was, but I believe it was relatively low. I know I guess there might be some reluctance because we don't have specific funding for that at the moment, although the South Bay COG seems to be pretty willing to come up with vouchers. We've been told even within the same day they can come up with vouchers, so that's reassuring in a way. I don't like the idea that we keep on saying that we can't enforce the anti-camping. You know, the anti-camping is, I think, one of the primary tools in this whole program because you're able to, I don't want to use the word push, but maybe encourage somebody that's maybe making the wrong decisions by living on the streets, by choice maybe, or maybe by, circumstances or whatever. But if we're able to offer shelter to that individual, especially some of these cold nights, I would imagine anybody would want a motel room more than sleeping underneath a bridge or such. So I don't know where we're at with that. I believe, if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we had pre-negotiated something along the lines of $80 a night, or maybe let's just call it $100 a night for a hotel room or a motel room. That motel does not necessarily have to be in the city of Torrance, although there are some motels that are willing to do this within our city. Now, for the public, I would imagine it's like, oh my gosh, are we going to turn that motel into a homeless shelter? The answer is no. The idea is to have a couple of rooms readily available for our outreach team to say, yes, we have shelter for you. It's at such and such motel. We can provide transportation. Here's some clean sheets, some food, and then we start the process of finding the route, depending on what the needs might be. So again, I don't believe that our ability to enforce the anti-camping is limited to 3290, although we keep on saying that. So I'd like for us to, if we're going to do this, if we're going to renew this next year, I like to fix that aspect of it, because no enforcement, you don't have a plan. The homeless plan is just like any other city that's failed, because now we have some individuals that are accepting the help, but you still have a vast majority that are still out on the streets, raping, pushing elderly individuals down, hitting their head. This is all stuff that's happened here in Torrance. We've had murder. Transients murdering people right here in front of Civic Center a couple years ago. So it is an issue. It's a public safety issue, and I want to take an approach that's a little bit stronger than just saying that 3290 doesn't have vacancies. Sorry, police, you can't do anything now. I think we need to keep up that enforcement and make sure that these individuals are put on the right path. Another concern that I have, I'll come up with we'll just call him John Walker. John Walker's from Ohio. John Walker is a registered sex offender in the state of Ohio. John Walker is also the primary suspect of killing his former girlfriend's daughter back in 2019. John Walker decides to come west because the weather's nice. John Walker doesn't have a job. John Walker doesn't have any family. John Walker is walking the streets of Torrance. John Walker gets picked up saying, hey, would you like, a nice warm place to come and sleep? Sure, what's your name? John Walker. Here's my ID. John Walker gets a room at 3290. Do we know that John Walker is wanted for the murder of his former girlfriend's daughter? do we know if John Walker is a registered sex offender? And I believe with the housing first approach that we're taking, we don't know. We don't know John Walker is wanted for murder in Ohio. And that worries me. That worries me a lot. I'm glad you guys think it's funny.
Please, let the councilman continue.
So this is something that I think we need to address moving forward, is that we need to know who these individuals are. And my understanding is the transient that pushed the individual down, knocking him out, also had priors that we didn't know about, yet it was a known transient. You know, to me, when it's a known transient, we know their background, we know their history, we know if they're wanted in another state or even locally. I mean, they could have a warrant out for their arrest for San Bernardino County, for all we know. You know, so these are the things that I think are crucial. I know there's state laws that protect that information, but if we're going to be offering something as important as a roof over somebody's head and services to go around it, we need to know who that individual is, what their background is, and possibly what their intentions are. Personally, I don't feel comfortable having John Walker resting his or her head down on one of the nice, comfortable pillows.
Ma'am, you're disrupting this meeting. Ma'am, the one in the black jacket with the white face mask and the red hairband. I'm warning you, you are disrupting our meeting. Man, I'm warning you. If you continue, you will be ejected. You're in violation of our rules of order. You're disrupting our meeting, interfering with the business of our meeting. I am ejecting you from this city council meeting. Now we've added the gentleman with the cell phone, black sweatshirt. Now I'm going to include the lady in the yellow shirt who's been disrupting us. Now we got the lady in the light gray sweatshirt who's joined. Now we've got a group of 5 there. Okay, the group of 5 are ejected. The group of 5, the gentleman in the black sweatshirt with the cell phone, the lady with the yellow sweatshirt, the lady with the gray sweatshirt, the lady with the black jacket, brown jacket, red headband. I'm just making sure I'm describing everyone specifically. The lady with the black jacket, black face mask, black purse. You are all ejected. Councilman Matucci, I apologize that you had to live through that, but let's continue.
We continue living.
And for the citizens of City of Torrance, I apologize that this has to happen. You all have to see it. We're going to do our best and continue with the business of the city. Please continue.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate the importance of knowing who the individuals are and how we can take that approach of actually, vetting. I know we take that housing first seriously. I know it's a program that is widely used within these housing communities. But here in Torrance, I think we do need to take a different approach to secure our neighborhoods and communities. I believe we had allocated some of the SST money to go towards the homeless initiative, the homeless plan, I should say. And so I'd like for us to really look into expanding our shelter options to include also motel rooms and hotel rooms, and not necessarily all within the city of Torrance. Of course, we would take a preferably you want them close by so they can be close to friends and family if that's the approach you want to take. But I definitely would like to see that. But the vetting is very important to me, and that really could change my vote on approving an extension of the program, because when I found out that that's what we're doing, my understanding was that we were going to vet individuals, but I guess I misunderstood that portion of it. But that's very important. So anyway, I appreciate all the work you guys do. So me saying this is not at all, going towards, negatively towards what all the efforts you guys have put into this, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Matucci. Anyone else from the council have comments or questions? If not, I too want to say thank you to staff. The homelessness community or challenge has been around for a while, and we know that the homeless community from 25, 30 years ago to the present day seems like it's vastly different, and our challenges are much more difficult. And I appreciate what all the staff is doing. I know we're trying to do everything we can within the, I'll call it the jurisdiction or within the law without violating any of them. And I really appreciate it. And I think everyone here on the dais has been very concerned that we approach this compassionately as well as balance that with justice for the entire community. The 90% of the community also deserves some kind of a compassion, if you will, to be able to walk about freely, go to school and shop, cross streets safely. So understand that everybody needs to be taken care of. So for now, let's go to the public. Any comments?
Mayor, if I may.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you.
I know, I just clicked in because I got interrupted, but I just want to clarify for the public that's out there listening that John Walker is a made-up character, and with a made-up circumstances and situation, just kind of like to kind of create a scenario. But anyways, it's a made-up, so no emails that there's a murderer at 3290.
Right. We won't tell anybody you like Johnny Walker.
All right. Johnny Walker.
Okay.
Pretty good. Thank you.
Let's go to the public.
It's Andy Porchop again. I'm so happy you guys made this program working. I'm sorry, Ms. Kalani, I did not hear about 6 or 9 people. I heard about 3 people in 6 months with over $3 million. Give me a freaking break. Give me a freaking break. Over $3 million of the taxpayers' money. The things what you do shows your incompetence. No plans, no nothing. You just do your poop, kicked on the road, you're punching the poop, and nothing happens. We're celebrating somebody died in the shelter, and the police, a firefighter showed up, and the dude died. Our hero firefighters couldn't save the guy, and then his relative shows up. What kind of things you celebrating yourself?
Anyone else who wants to make a comment on this item 9A? If not, I'll take it back up here. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. Did I misunderstand how many people are currently in line and have been approved to move on to transitional housing? Well, how many people right now have already moved on, and how many people are in line waiting for a room and have been approved?
So, Councilwoman, there's 4 individuals have moved on. One to a higher level of care. One to he was connected with a voucher, a subsidized, and 2 connected to West Haven, which is a permanent supportive housing site. I believe there's actually 7 additional individuals that have been approved for West Haven, and we expect them to move in within the next few weeks.
Okay, thank you. I counted 11. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the council, or I'll take a motion to accept and file?
Motion to accept and file with much gratitude. Thank you.
I second that motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 9B from the Finance and Government Operations Committee. Is there a staff presentation, or is Councilman Kaji going to lead us off?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening. The Finance and Governmental Operations Committee met on Tuesday, December 6, 2022, to discuss the fiscal year 2022 through 2023 first quarter budget review report. The committee was presented with a report on first quarter results, year-end forecasts, and anticipated program modifications. Staff are continuously monitoring economic indicators, and while recessionary factors are certainly present, it is expected that the city will be able to increase its general fund balance at fiscal year end. The item before council tonight in the first quarter budget review report introduces several program modifications. However, the council is not taking action on them at this time. Staff will return to a future council meeting so that we may take action on these items at that time. I would like to thank staff for their presentation, as well as committee members and the public for their participation and input. On behalf of the Finance and Governmental Operations Committee, it is recommended that the City Council accept and file the fiscal year 2022 through 2023 first quarter budget review report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. Do we have any questions or comment from the council? I don't see any. We'll go to the public. City Clerk.
James Henry.
I have 4 questions on this matter. First question, where can the public obtain a hard copy of what is going to be discussed during the Finance and Governmental Operations Committee meeting before that meeting takes place? Question 2, how much does it cost the public to obtain a hard copy of what is going to be discussed during a Budget and Governmental Operations Committee meeting? Question 3, why is a hard copy of what is going to be discussed costing the public money to obtain one? Question 4, will a hard copy of what is going to be discussed be available in the city clerk's office the day before such a meeting takes place? Going to have answers to these questions.
Mr. Henry, I believe at least I think the public was given a heads up on when the meeting's going to take place and where. I think if you go and make a request with reasonable time to the clerk's office, I'm pretty confident that you can get a hard copy if you give them reasonable time to make it. And I don't know how much it costs. Maybe I'll ask staff to respond to that.
Your Honor, Ian Daly of the Finance Department. Hard copy is provided to the clerk's office in advance of the FGOC meeting. I wouldn't be able to quote exactly how much it would cost. There's a page count price provided, so we'd be able to quote that out. Depends on the particular quarter that we're talking about, because the page count varies. And those fees are just in compliance with our fee schedule.
But let me make sure I understand it. However, if someone like Mr. Henry wants to just, sit in the or stand in the clerk's office around the front there, is there a copy that he can actually go through?
Yes, Your Honor, we get one copy for the public to come in and look at.
And is there a typical time frame that's there before the meeting, or it's like there at the nick of time?
It's usually provided at the time the meeting is posted, the agenda is posted.
I see. I understand. I can see what Mr. Henry is trying to get at, because if the package is, I'm just going to make up something this thick, and it's only provided at the time of the meeting, a person who's in the details has a difficult time to go through the data. If, maybe if it's even possible in the future, we could provide it a few days in advance. Is that possible?
It's also posted online.
Understand. So, just that some folks, if they don't have the ability to do it online, Mr. Henry, your request is, I think it's is heard, and I think staff can.
At the city clerk's office, there was not a hard copy. I couldn't get it.
Got it. Yeah, I think it's 1 minute's up. Okay, I think we got the nature of the question. So I'll ask the staff, in the future for committee meetings, if we can, more than 1 day probably would be good. Maybe at least 1 day. 2 days might be better, but I'm sure even if you do it 3 days, somebody will have an issue. But more than 1 day would be great.
Your Honor, Danny Santana, we'll make sure that it's available when the agenda is posted.
Great, thank you. Do we have anyone else who wants to, from the public, who wish to make a comment? Mr. Porkchop.
I hope I'm talking the right thing, and I think I came to this meeting because somebody alerted me, and I saw it on the bulletin board out there advertised, but it wasn't advertised online. And don't tell me it was, because I looked after I was alerted. I came here, I also couldn't get a hard copy, but I could take and read. And what was the worst thing, actually Adam Sheparian gave me a copy after the meeting was over, but people cannot read this, cannot study it, but the worst thing was all this information, what was on it, it was provided by the city employees. You know what I mean? I call for a total auditing the total city departments, the finance departments, the treasury departments, because this looks to me BS numbers. Total. Every department.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Porkchop, I'm going to offer you a office hour if you want to come in to have a chat with me in the city hall. We'll chat about a lot of stuff on your mind, put you at ease. But I'm going to make that offer to you. Okay, we'll move on since you. We'll move on then. Anyone else from the public? I tried. Okay, we'll take it back up to the council. Do we have a motion to approve and accept?
I'd like to move that we accept and file the fiscal year 2022-2023 first quarter budget review report.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 9C from Communications and Information Technology. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. Jillian Wade with Communications and Information Technology Department. This evening, staff is going to use a presentation and our recommendation to your honorable body to authorize a purchase order with Dell Marketing LP of Round Rock, Texas, to provide Microsoft computer software for the city's employees. Next slide, please. Currently, the city has deployed approximately 1,000 Office 365 licenses to staff. However, a further 650 employees do not currently have a license or a city-issued email for communication. This presents a challenge with communicating citywide policies, announcements, and opportunities. Current expenditure for the licenses is budgeted for $336,000 annually, with our licenses due to expire on January 31st, 2023. The city's current plan under Office 365 does not include audit, compliance, and security features recommended for government agencies. Next slide, please. In preparation for the conclusion of the city's current Microsoft licensing agreement, staff explored the available products offered by Microsoft to determine how the city could utilize these products to enhance the city's current cybersecurity profile. Microsoft 365 G5 for office employees and F5 for field employees combines best-in-class productivity applications with advanced security, compliance, voice, and analytical capabilities. Microsoft 365 Suite provides a wide range of cloud-based solutions to empower the modern workplace and support many key needs of today's enterprises, such as collaboration through teamwork solutions that give people the right tools for the task at hand, protecting end users' information and cloud-based solutions with built-in platform-wide security solutions, unlocking new user interfaces across any device and all platforms to empower employees, and streamlining IT operations with management tools and automation. Next slide, please. The upgraded Microsoft 365 subscription comes with over 50 additional security and compliance features. Some of the features we would receive by upgrading to Microsoft 365 include advanced audit and e-discovery, which will allow the city to quickly find, investigate, and respond to compliance issues with relevant data, information security, including data classification and encryption functionality, which allows the encryption of sensitive information and the application of additional security controls when handling confidential information, privileged identity management, which would enable the city to moderate access based on adaptive policies, securing data and limiting access to only authorized users. Risk-based conditional access allows us to evaluate sign-in risk as part of a conditional access policy, and data loss prevention features that can detect sensitive information as it's used throughout our organization, in the cloud and on devices, to help prevent accidental data loss and to prevent users from inappropriately sharing sensitive information. Next slide, please. Several of these features will assist the city in ensuring adherence to the security and audit requirements of various industries and will enable us to meet qualifications required for federal grant eligibility. Next slide, please. Microsoft 365 will provide additional benefits such as included audio conferencing with dial-in capability for Teams meetings. Records management features would enable the city to manage regulatory, legal, and business critical records by allowing us to configure retention schedules and set specific permissions for records managers. We would also gain access to cybersecurity training courses such as attack simulation training to run realistic attack scenarios. And finally, we will be able to consolidate redundant technology solutions, which will simplify our licensing and management, providing cost savings by replacing services that we currently receive from multiple vendors. Next slide, please. To address the procurement component of this purchase, staff explored cooperative purchase agreement opportunities. The County of Riverside's Microsoft Enterprise Agreement, or EA, has been competitively negotiated with Microsoft and allows state and local government to purchase Microsoft software licenses through a cooperative volume license agreement at a discount. The EA is structured for a term of 5 years, and the price of licenses remains constant throughout the term of the agreement, which assists in financial planning of future years. The Riverside EA is administered through a Microsoft large account reseller, and of the multiple approved resellers, Dell offers the deepest discount, providing savings over and above those guaranteed by the Riverside contract. The proposed agreement locks the price per license per year for the 5-year term, while the total cost will be based on the number of active employees. The proposal covers licenses for around 650 employees who currently do not have city-issued email addresses. As part of the successful Safe, Strong Torrance measure, $1 million in funds were designated for improved cybersecurity. The upgrade of Microsoft licenses would utilize approximately $300,000 of those funds to add to the existing software budget in the General Fund Operating Fund to assist with this upgraded recurring expenditure in fiscal year 22-23 and beyond. Last slide, please. Our recommendation for your honorable body tonight is to authorize a purchase order with Dell Marketing LP to provide Microsoft computer software for all city employees for a 5-year period, and to authorize the city manager to act as the city's signatory with respect to the necessary enrollment agreements. Staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Councilman Griffiths has a question.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I do. Thank you for the staff report. You talk about there's 1,000 employees roughly that are currently licensed for Office 365 and another 650 that have zero license whatsoever. So I'm assuming, if I'm reading this right, that those 650 are going to become licensed?
That is correct.
At a reduced rate?
They will be mostly the field employees, so that will be the F-level license, which is the lower cost license.
And that's a lower cost because it provides less services? Is that?
No, it's a different kind of license that's offered by Microsoft for specifically frontline employees. It allows them to access the same applications in an online format and gives them access to email, which they wouldn't have previously had.
Right. Obviously, the main reason that you want to get those 650 people that don't have it is the ability to communicate via email, I'm assuming. The other question that I have is, how are those people going to actually access a computer? If they don't have a computer with a license now, how will all those 650 people access their email, even if we have a license?
Councilman Griffiths, Andre Yermakov, City Director. We have shared computers in some departments, and also will allow the employees to use personal devices for communications.
Using personal devices, doesn't that create a security problem?
No, actually, the G5 license has application security that can protect corporate devices on personal computers and protect all the information distributed on those devices.
And will they be able to use access to Office 365 outside of work hours? And
yes, they will be able to use 24 hours. But we can restrict it with the policies.
Yeah, obviously, maybe there should be a restriction on hours that a field worker can access email for additional security protection. Just a consideration, because that, to me, anytime you open up an application outside our network, it creates an opportunity for
the primary purpose for
security.
Those employees, they do not have access to critical applications. The primary purpose will be communications and access to essential documents like HR forms and essential communications distributed by the city. Some employees are like shift employees in transit department, something else. It will really depend on the department if we can restrict those on a time basis. We will work with each department individually.
And are the licenses assigned on a per user basis?
Per user basis.
And so that requires a management effort on staff to make sure each user gets set up as staff is added or staff leaves.
That is
there will
correct.
be a constant effort to do that.
That is correct.
A lot of work. All right, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else from the council that has comments or questions? If not, I'm going to go to the public. Do we have anyone from the public?
Just to take an extra minute for you in your beautiful sweaters. I think the major problem with this, besides I hate computers, I was the last person in America to buy a cell phone, I guarantee you that, but the security, just like Mr. Griffith said. When I was a young guy, they took me to these computer things, but that was closed, Now we have the internet. So everybody can hack with a cell phone, anybody. So, but we are in deep waters already, but pay the biggest attention buying a program with the best security, if it's possible, because kids can do wonders with a cell phone. I'm just telling or saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anyone else from the public who wants to make a comment on this item? I don't see any. I'll bring it back up to the council. We want to take action. This is to, I think, to concur with recommendation of the CIT director.
So moved
Second.
to accept the, I'm sorry. So moved to accept item 9C.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
It's 8:58. We've been here for a while, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Thank you. Thank you. I guess that was a little bit longer than a 10-minute recess, but thank you for hanging in there. We're now moving on to item 9D from the Public Works and General Services. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor. No, there is no staff presentation. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Chris Kubert, Public Works Department. Item 9D is a recommendation to appropriate $1,697,649 from the Sewer Vehicle Replacement Fund balance, and authorize a purchase order with Haker Equipment Company of Laverne, California, in the amount of $1,797,649, including sales tax, for 2 Freightliner Vector sewer cleaner vehicles and 1 Freightliner Vector ramjet rotor as a cooperative purchase with Sourcewell. The proposed vehicle purchases replace vehicles that are currently 14 years old, 10 years old, and 9 years old and have exceeded their cost-effective life. Maintenance costs are expected to increase due to the age of the vehicles, increased repairs, and hard-to-find parts.
Thank you. Do you have any comments or questions from the council? I don't see any. Do we have any comments from the public on item 9D as in David? Oh, we're going to take it back to the council. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate your humor. I'm for this one, but I just have a question. You know, he already said, you know, like they're 14 years old, but my car is 20. So the poop gotta go. I mean, there is no question about it. And these employees, I have to tell you, I did not see them on the beach hanging out like the firefighters and the police. And they're doing a great job because the poop is going. You know what I mean? And so I'm all for it. These guys are working, you know, and this is a very, very dirty job. You know what I mean? You open up that cover and, man, you are just pass out. So if they need a new equipment, as he says, then buy it, you know, because, you know, we don't want the poop pile up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I believe we're actually hiring. Anyone else from the public? Okay, I'll bring it back to the council. Do we have a motion to concur recommendation of Public Works Director and General Service Director?
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9E from General Services and Police. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Jason Bodier, General Services. No formal presentation tonight, but this is a recommendation of the General Services Director and Chief of Police to appropriate $169,237.01 from the Fleet Vehicle Replacement Fund balance and to authorize change order number 1 with National Auto Fleet Group of Watsonville, California for an increase in the corresponding amount, resulting in a new total of $1,129,779.33 for 19 2023 Ford Police Interceptor utility all-wheel drive vehicles. This approval will retain our existing purchase order with the vendor, carrying us forward to the next model year with delivery projected at approximately 6 to 8 months. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Do you have any comments or questions from the council? I don't see any other than, I think this is one that actually came up before us, right?
Correct. It has already
been
approved.
Looks like we were approved and we thought we had a deal, and then we don't have a deal. That's basically what it is.
Yeah, this is a change order to the existing agreement, and rather than the order being canceled by the manufacturer, they've given us at least this opportunity to reorder with the current model year due to production shortages.
All right. Do you have any comments from the public?
I'm sorry. All right, so as Justice said, this was already done deal. So what kind of chicky-chucky is this one, you know? I give you the deal, I don't give you a deal. I give you a deal, I don't give you a deal. And screw those people. We already got a deal, He signed it, probably shook hands on it, delivered the cars, tell them, screw you. You know, a deal is a deal. Imagine you go to Starbucks, you pay for your coffee, $5.60, and then somebody goes after you and says, sir, it's going to be $6 now. You know, grow some balls, you know, be a businessman. Learn to say no. You know what I mean? Be a man.
Thank you, sir. I will withhold my comments. Anyone else from the public? All right, let's bring it back to the council. Do we have a motion to concur with recommendation of General Service Director and the Chief of Police?
Motion to concur.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We are now moving on to item 9F as in Foxtrot from the Community Development Department. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. Over the last year, residents of Skyline Mobile Home Park, which is known as a senior park restricted in age to 55 or older, have been reaching out to the city voicing their concerns regarding what they consider to be excess rent increases, inadequate park maintenance, and insufficient communication with park management. Because of these issues, City Council has been evaluating the potential of a local mobile home park rent stabilization ordinance, or RSO, over the last several months. Most recently, on November 8, 2022, the City Council directed staff to bring back an update on the lease agreement offered by the park ownership to the residents, verifying the contract abided by the annual rent increase of AB 1482. Further, City Council requested information on the number of residents that applied for, as well as had been approved for, the rental subsidy program sponsored by the park ownership. Since the November 8th City Council meeting, the property management company has completed a new long-term lease in accordance with AB 1482. Out of the 265 residents within Skyline Mobile Home Park, approximately 150 residents, or 57%, have requested a lease agreement, with 4 being returned so far. The residents have been given until December 28th to execute and return the lease agreement, which has a start date of January 1st, 2023. Only those residents who had requested a lease agreement were sent one. Anyone not interested in executing a lease agreement will continue on a month-to-month contract. Additionally, the property management company continues to market the rental subsidy program offered by the park ownership. As of today, the park management company has received 28 requests for a subsidy application. Of this number, 15 residents have submitted a complete application, with 14 approved to date. While the one remaining application is still being processed, the park representative noted that it appears this resident will also qualify for the subsidy assistance. There are another 13 applications that the park management company is waiting to be returned. Of the 14 applications approved, 5 have qualified for the basic subsidy program, which limits any rent increases to $67 per month, while 9 have been qualified for the super subsidy program, which limits rent increases to $37 per month. Additionally, the park management offers a special circumstance subsidy program, which provides no rent increase. At this point, no resident has qualified for this subsidy program. The property management company continues to stress their commitment to work with any resident in need of subsidy assistance to ensure no one loses their mobile home due to their inability to pay their space rent. That concludes staff's presentation. If any members of your honorable body have questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions from the council? I see the first one clicked in is Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Just so I heard you correctly, out of all the folks that applied for the subsidy to date, 0 have qualified?
No.
Okay.
They've all qualified.
They've all qualified.
There's just 3 different levels of qualification.
All right. I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Next one is Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Also for clarification, how many have applied for the or submitted the lease agreement?
4 have returned an executed agreement.
Only 4.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. On that same line, the 4 that did sign, do we know if they, what length of term they agreed to on the lease?
I do not. That might be a question for the park representative, who I believe is here today.
Yeah, if they could answer that at whatever time they're speaking. If they're speaking, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask, have we had any updates on county and state subsidies that are maybe in the works for mobile home parks? Do we have any word on any programs that might be coming down on the pike, or of any programs that might be useful?
There's none that I'm aware of at this time.
None yet. Okay. Well, I think that's something that we should always keep on exploring, not just for this park, for any park. All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. On the subsidies, who approves them?
It's actually a third-party company that approves them, so it is not the on-site park management company. I don't recall the name, and I'm sure that is something that when the park representative comes up, he can let you know the name of the company.
No, I appreciate you answering it, that the park owner has no
control
over who gets approved.
Yeah, it's done by a third-party process. I do believe the park representative, if there's a question or if there's a maybe there's something that the third party is struggling with, then I do believe they do refer to the park representatives for guidance.
And then how can I ask this? From what we know, it's a standard type of subsidy application. There's nothing out of the ordinary, is there?
No, based on what they submitted that I've seen, it's very similar to applying for a Section 8 program subsidy.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make a comment here for any question the council members up here that they have that need the park representative to respond. I will allow the park representative to respond. This way you get your questions answered in real time rather than trying to remember what the questions were. So Councilman Sheikh, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we know the formula for subsidy program? I mean, let's see if somebody is paying rent for $1,000 and that person qualifies for, and the new rent is $1,400, hypothetically. Will he get $400 the subsidy, or what's the formula behind how much subsidy will he get for the increased amount? We could.
I don't want to speak incorrectly on it, but I do believe it is based on what their income level is, determines on the level of subsidy that they would then receive. Or I should say not subsidy they receive, but the amount of rent increase they would be potentially given.
Yeah, I'll probably get more clarification when we bring the representative here.
Yeah, I just want to let you know, since this is not a hearing, so it's not like, there will be, my suggestion is for all the council members here, that if you have questions to ask, you start shooting now, because the public is only going to have 1 minute to speak per item. So I just want to give the council members up here at this moment, if you have questions that's not answered yet.
So can I
ask a question?
Can I request that first we hear from public? They may have some of the questions that we want to ask from the representative later. First we get the public comment.
Sure.
Right,
okay.
Thank you.
All right. One last chance from the dais before I go to the public. Okay, the public, we have 1 minute per speaker, and we'll have comments from the public now.
Mark Van Klooster.
Good evening, honorable and patient members of the City Council. After reviewing the Skyline Management lease, there are several points that are not equitable or fair to the homeowners as indicated by the bulletin letter you all received. One provision that I particularly found obnoxious is on page 3354.4 in the provision. It states that the homeowner agrees that the park owner has the right to adjust the lot line of the homeowner's lot. Should that lot size adjustment require that the homeowner relocate their mobile home, the homeowner agrees to that. No one homeowner with the threat of their lot lines moved or relocated
Sir, your time is up.
Rose Welch.
A couple of questions for you. As a homeowner or a renter, would you sign a lease that allows for rent increases for incidental reasonable service charges at any time, that requires homeowners to cooperate with the owner in all matters affecting the park and its operation, that mandates a specific amount of homeowners insurance and inclusion of the owner and management company as additional interests in the policy, or that states that homeowners are responsible for damage not caused by homeowners' actions? The lease proposed by Mr. Saunders benefits him, but strips homeowners of our rights. We're being held hostage to sign the lease with stipulations that we find unacceptable or risk having our rent increased with impunity. This financial exploitation, and we need your help to pass an RSO that models AB 978 to protect us. Thank you.
Linda Race.
Not fair, 2 minutes gone. The Skyline rental agreement states that the spirit behind it is the golden rule. Two of the many flaws and risks to any homeowner who signs the agreement or initials an appended section put that spirit into question. First, by signing the agreement, homeowners acknowledge having conducted an independent investigation of possible environmental hazards emanating from adjacent property. How is this even possible with no information of the property or the possible hazards? Two, the arbitration agreement states the homeowner has had the opportunity to negotiate changes to the agreement. This is absolutely untrue. The rental agreement does not reflect the golden rule, and by signing and initialing the rent agreement, we would not be truthful. Please vote to return to consideration of enacting a mobile home rent stabilization ordinance.
Ron Feldman.
Since the City Council hasn't shown any inclination to enact an RSO, I don't think we're asking for the world here for a fair lease agreement from Star Management. Specifically, some of the most important issues the GSMOL attorney Bruce Stanton brought up, the most important being a cap on what they can increase lot rent to for a new buyer. Without that, we are totally captive here with no ability to sell. Star Management won't even provide new lot rents to homeowners who want to sell their homes. Would any of you buy a home here without knowing what your monthly rent would be? As you are well aware, there are numerous other issues that are totally unfair to us. If nothing else, please ask Star Management to rewrite the lease agreement, removing some of these awful terms so that we at least aren't forced to sign something that gives all our rights away.
Eula Barrett.
When you refused an RSO that would have benefited all the mobile home parks in Torrance, you left Skyline to the mercy of Saunders' lease. Everything in it benefits the owner and nothing for the residents. Not only do we pay the taxes on this property, but the resident homeowner has to fix anything that goes wrong with it if we sign this agreement. In Section 49.4, the homeowner agrees that if there is a grade erosion due to rain, flooding, irrigation, pipe leaks, wind, earth movement, etc., the park owner cannot be held responsible. If that should happen to a lot or adjacent to our lot, the homeowner agrees to remove any improvements affected or at the homeowner's expense to leave the improvements and pay for regrading, structural piers, and retaining walls. If grading must be performed on the lot, the homeowner at his sole expense will pay for the removal of all the improvements and the mobile home from the lot. But lucky us, we won't have to pay rent while we move everything we own out of the park. Does this seem fair? I think not.
Linda?
Thank you to council members who are supporting our cause. The MRL 798.53 states the owner, upon written request, shall meet with residents. We really needed a meeting with this very flawed and weighty lease. We received it on November 16th. It was denied. No pass-through expenses are spelled out. This is unusual, I hear. We need disclosures. This could be a big expenditure. Page 7, item 410, homeowner agrees to cooperate with the owner. This seems to omit the homeowner from any say in any matter related to park operations. Arbitration is mandated. California MRL 798.25.5 denies the owner from making a unilateral decisions without our consent, deems this void and unenforceable. Again, this is a flawed lease. Our residents need more time. A 57
Do we have any other comments from the public that have not submitted their name for a comment?
Torrance City Council members, have any of you ever been afraid you might lose your home? I'm in my 83rd year and I'm scared. I'm terrified. This feels like elder abuse, seniors, people over 55 being impacted. It feels criminal. This is not Russia or Afghanistan or a third world country. This is Torrance, California, the United States of America, where I was born and raised. At the previous council meeting, one of your council members tried to propose an RSO motion for vote, but none of you stood up to the second of the motion. So you could not even vote to pass or reject the RSO. You just let it vaporize into the air. Too bad, Skyline seniors. No one cares. Council members and Mayor Chen, I sincerely hope you treat your grandparents and elderly relatives with more respect, care, and consideration. There is an end to this nastiness, greediness, lack of empathy. It's Judgment Day. Don't be embarrassed to speak up and stand.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time's up. I see someone coming up.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. You're hearing these questions. Basically, we hired a lawyer to come in and read this document that was made by the current landowner. And we found many discrepancies. When we first moved in, my wife and I moved in, we had a 45-minute discussion with the park owners, face-to-face, and we agreed on everything, and everything was great. But now, with this document that you have a copy of, it's 60 pages, and that's why we needed the lawyer. So we found many discrepancies that we really don't need to follow. But it's his document made by his lawyers. So I'm hoping that you can be the intermediary and we don't want you to get involved with this because this is between us and the park owner. But
You can come up, sir, on that side. Go ahead.
Go on, sir.
Mayor and council members and staff, I don't have a question, but I do want to make a comment, and it relates to AB 978. The reason why that law exists is because of this very owner. It is a law that was put in place dealing with one of his properties located within Southern California. And it was passed by the governor retroactively by 6 months back to a date of February of 2022. And so, if nothing else, what the council should look at is the formulary in that bill. And that's what we feel would be equitable for all 55 and older parks in the state of California. This issue goes beyond the state. This is a national issue, and it needs to be addressed. That's the extent of the comment I wanted to make. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Mike Mazzara. Just want to let you guys all know that I am here, happy to answer any questions to the best of my ability. Councilman Griffiths, all four that signed were for the full term of 7 years. Just want to let everybody know, this lease was drafted by an MRL expert, an attorney that does this for a living. There's nothing illegal or wrong with this lease. I believe you all received a note that I read in the staff report from Bruce Stanton, who is a good attorney that I have had dealings with in the past. He knows what he's doing, and I believe he also stated that on the surface there's nothing illegal about this lease. So if I can be of any assistance, answer any questions, I will do so to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I have to agree with the gentleman before me. There's nothing illegal in this lease. But I would implore you to look at the lease and read what it's asking for. There was nothing illegal about blockbusting in the middle of the 20th century, which destroyed communities. There was nothing illegal about what happened in Manhattan Beach in the 20th century, which was just recently rectified with Bruce's Beach at a considerable expense to the city and to the city of Manhattan Beach's reputation. Nothing is illegal in this lease. One of the main things we haven't mentioned today is you sign the lease, you agree to cooperate with the owner in redevelopment of the property. They spent $67 million with this property, knowing there was a covenant running until 2037. This is a way for them to beat that, break up the community, and redevelop.
Anyone else from the public?
Whether to sign a lease that has all kind of complications in it, or be on a month-to-month where they can raise your rent however much they want every 90 days, it's a hard decision.
There is nothing illegal about the lease, but there is no fairness to the
the residents who live there first. We ask for a more fair lease that is more pro-resident, that does not require such things as binding arbitration and the many reasons that have already been expressed at this meeting. We still have communication problems. We have asked the management for townhouse-type meetings, and we've yet to receive what we want to go over the lease with them. And many of the residents do not understand the lease and they don't even know that they had to ask for a lease. And they're saying, why didn't I get a lease? Well, they didn't read their paperwork or they don't know. There are cognitive problems in the park among the elderly. So we need more time. There needs to be an extended grace period to get this lease in, and there should be a delay for us to renegotiate the language in favor of the tenants.
Anyone else from the public?
On that waiting list for the homeless guy that was here building those things, because there's going to be a few of us probably that need to use his services.
All right. First of all, I am happy you guys here and have this and try to help these people. And it's very sad they are in this situation, and especially at their old age. And they have to hire lawyers just to understand the tricks and back whatever's dealings of this lease agreement and anything. And we were celebrating having 3 people or 7 or 9 housed. These people gonna lose their house or looking for losing house. A heart attack, a stroke, a little illness takes their savings away, everything away. I cannot afford the medicine, but doesn't make me cranky. I don't know if you noticed that I'm a little calmer today. It's $1,100 when you're old. So please.
Anyone else from the public? We'll bring it back up to the council then. Any comments from the council or questions? Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a couple of questions for the from the STAR management representative, if we could. Thank you, Mark, for being here.
Absolutely, sir. How can I help?
Where are we with the appeal with the local county, with the LA County for the tax?
So we've hired a local attorney here, William Beverly, who's handling that, and he is effectively formulating an argument and putting together the paperwork to submit. Unfortunately, this is not a quick and easy process. It does take time, but we've retained counsel. I believe we have provided evidence of that to the city staff to handle the situation for us.
Do you know when are you planning on filing this? Any idea roughly?
I'd give it another couple months. This does need to be done properly. This is going to be expensive. It is going to cost money. Unfortunately, attorneys aren't cheap. So if we're going to do this, we want to make sure we're doing it right and not just a half-assed job.
A few questions on the lease,
Sure.
Especially on the insurance requirement. Is this why is this required to have everyone to have $250,000 insurance?
That's approximately the price to install a new home.
Do you have this requirement for all other mobile
In
parks?
every park with every lease we have, yes, we do.
Charges on utilities. Do you have some kind of markup when the utilities are paid, like for?
No, there's no profit margin on utilities whatsoever. The utilities are what they are. So the bills come in and tenants, for instance, trash, everybody pays their pro rata share of that bill. Electric is individually metered. Everybody's meter's read monthly. They're sent the bill for that. Water, the park pays for, and I believe your other question is probably going to be security. Security is a flat fee for every resident. Unfortunately, those fees don't come close to what the actual security charges for the park are, but we've elected not to raise those.
And those fluctuate almost every month, which is a little hard to believe, though.
Security? No, security.
No, I'm not talking about security. I'm talking about utility charges.
Absolutely, they fluctuate every month. I can't tell you how much energy somebody's going to use or how much water somebody's going to use or gas.
Sorry, I was not clear. I was talking about the trash and other things that, as a Star Management, they pay for those services. I'm not talking about their gas or other. I'm talking about the trash services, things like that.
So the trash that bill comes in, and whatever that bill is, we divide that by 264. Everybody pays their share of that trash bill.
And lot line condition in this.
Lot line adjustments?
Yes, and also.
So happy to speak to that. So again, something that's in every one of our leases. I called my head of property management before I came in and I asked him the question, Jeff, you've been doing this for 40 years. You manage 6,000 spaces. How many lot lines have you adjusted? He said, I can count them on one hand, if not less. So it's not something that happens. The reason something like that's in there, so you got two houses side by side. HCD comes in and says there needs to be a walkway between those houses. Okay, now I need to go put in a walkway. Now I have the right to go in. I may need to take a foot here, a foot there to put in a walkway. Now, can I go in and say, Mary Smith, the space beside you is vacant. I'd like to put in a larger home, so I'm taking a few feet of your lot? No. I believe that's covered under the MRL. For something like that, a resident would have to agree to it. So you're really talking about lot lines adjustments for building and safety features.
So you're not planning on moving one mobile home
to another?
No.
No.
I'm going to ask the public to refrain from your comments. Just give him the respect. I think we're trying to clarify. I think Councilman Sheikh is trying to help everyone understand, and he's explaining it.
The subsidy program, Mr. Can you help me understand, for instance, in my example I asked earlier, somebody's paying $1,000, and with your increase in rents, now he's going to pay $1,400, just an example, and that person is qualified for first tier. How much out of 400 will that person qualify?
So round numbers. So we're talking about a $400 increase using your numbers.
Yes,
so
sir.
for a basic subsidy, that subsidy limits your increase to $67. So out of that 400, the resident would pay $67. We would pay the rest. So roughly $332.
So they're paying $1,067. That's it.
Correct.
And this will become the base for the following year.
Correct. So the subsidy program is good for 2 years. So again, let's say rent goes up $100 the next year. You pay $67. I pick up the remaining balance of that. And everybody is, as part of our commitment to you, the city and the residents, we've committed to keep this program open in perpetuity.
And there's also some concerns about the all amenities are not permanent. What does that mean? If I read some of the lease, do you know the amenities you're offering right now, they may be removed or taken out, like
No,
pool?
absolutely not. I don't believe if you take away amenity, you need to replace it, I believe is what the MRL states. So can I go in there and bulldoze the pool tomorrow and go, I don't like this anymore? No, I can't do that.
And the resident who are not going to sign the lease agreement, they will be on month to month.
Correct.
And that will be adjusted based on what formula? Their rent. Their rent will be adjusted based on which formula?
There's no formula if you're on a month-to-month basis, but as part of our commitment to the city, I believe Mr. Saunders committed to annual raises only. So I know I've heard a few comments of our rent can be raised every 90 days. No, that's not the case.
But you have raised already about 16%.
We've done annual raises. So the first increase was the tax pass-through that we received no benefit from. This second increase, which goes into effect December 31st of this year on the anniversary date of the tax increase, was 5% plus CPI for the entirety of the park.
I'll let my other colleague to ask questions, and I'll come back to you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I want to direct a few questions to Park Representative Mike. And thank you for being here.
Yes, sir.
Several questions kind of in line with some of the questions that Councilmember Sheikh asked. The homeowners insurance, are current tenants required to have it?
Yes, they are.
And how is that managed? Is there a form that they sign to?
So when you move into the park, you are required to have insurance for your coach.
So is this a change that's happening in the lease
No.
from what they originally agreed to?
I don't believe so. I believe every lease we have in every park requires that you have some sort of coverage on your home.
I'd be interested to hear from any of the residents if they feel that that's not the case. I understand the utilities, that's understandable, that's not something you can commit to on a fixed price because those change from time to time. The issue of fixing issues that come up in the park at the tenant's expense. I think that the example was used that there was a flood or something and it caused some erosion through the park. And how would that be handled today without the lease?
So the way that would be handled is basically the same way the lease is written. So anything that, we'll call it common area, so all the utility systems, the roads, the clubhouses, the things like that, we would pay for. I believe what everybody's talking about here is what if there's damage to my coach on my pad? So that, yes, you, the tenant, would be responsible for.
And so current tenants today without a lease would be required to pay their share of those repairs to the common areas.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. There's a discussion of the subsidy cutoff date that in order to be eligible for a subsidy, you have to be a resident since October 2018. Why is that?
Typically, if somebody has moved in the past few years, there would be, you would have to qualify financially to be able to move into the park to ensure that you can stay there long term. It's something we put in all of our programs. I can tell you at least one of the people that we have given a subsidy to moved in 2020.
So you made an exception to your own rule?
Absolutely.
Because I'm having people say that they feel they are not eligible because of the fact that they moved in after that.
We've encouraged everybody to apply, and I think we made that clear when the subsidy meeting that we had at the park, that if you're not sure if you qualify, if you think you may not qualify, please at least apply so we can see if we can help you.
Why not just remove that whole clause?
I would say for next year, it's very possible. And
because you're going to require, if this goes forward and you continue the subsidy program, they have to renew every year, and you could come back and say, well, sorry.
It would be every 2 years, sir.
Is it every 2 years?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry.
So every 2 years. So everybody that is now enrolled in the subsidy program for 2022 would all be good through 2024, reapply in 2025.
Yeah, I don't like that clause that requires them to be there since before October 2018. The issue of capping rents for new buyers. Help me understand that if I'm a tenant and I have my home and I want to sell, exactly what is my interaction between myself as the seller and you as the owner of the property in regards to securing a buyer and the rents that would be charged that new buyer?
So typically, if somebody would like to sell their home, you need to go to the park office, fill out an intent to sell form. Whoever your broker is, if you're doing it privately, they can do it that way, but the home does need to go through a resale inspection. And you come in and say, okay, I got an offer on my home. Susie would like to buy my home. We would say, okay, here's Susie's new space rent. Here's her lease.
So at the time of the tenant's desire to sell, they would be given, after they submit that form, you would return to them what the cost for rental would be for the next owner?
That is correct.
So they would know that early on in the sale process?
That's correct.
Yeah, I hear that discrepancy.
And
I've heard that from
if it's
many
not
people.
happening, I'm certainly to make a call to make sure it happens sooner rather than later for everybody.
Because I can certainly understand that being a problem as a detriment to someone wanting to sell their property if they're not able to provide a potential buyer information that would be rather pertinent for them to know. I would think that would be a hindrance to their ability to sell, and I would find that to be objectionable. But currently, under the current system, the lease really doesn't change that.
No, sir.
A question for staff. Some of these issues that I just talked about, would AB 1482 protect the residents any more than this lease would?
No. 1482 does not cover any of these items.
So all the factors that are in place today for the residents without signing a lease would still be in place under 1482 had that law been applied to mobile home users?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I can't imagine going through a lease this long during the holiday season. Would Saunders and Star Property Management be amenable to go back one more time and make some adjustments to the language, or is this your last, best, and final?
If there's something that we can change that's reasonable, we're happy to look at it. But as far as more time, I believe everybody's had this lease for about a month now. We have had I have gotten a few phone calls from a few people that have had legitimate reasons for needing more time, and they've been granted. So if somebody has a legitimate reason for needing a little bit more time, give me a call. Happy to chat with you, and if we can help, we will.
Will there be any incursion of late fees or anything like that if they need more time?
No, absolutely not. No.
Okay. All right. And I understand the 84 months being the sunset date of 1482, which does not apply to mobile home sales. Is there any movement that can be made to not make it 84 months? You either get to do 12, a month, or 84. Would you be amenable to 2-year spans or 3-year spans?
If somebody wanted a 3-year lease, I'd be happy to take that phone call and talk to them.
But that doesn't mean you necessarily grant it.
Again, it's something I'd have to talk to the powers that be about, but I'd be happy to take that call and look into it. So definitely not saying no is what I'm telling you.
Okay. So is there any movement in trying to address some of these things before you require the homeowners to sign it? Because it becomes monumentally more difficult to sign the lease as it exists, try to get changes, and then someone come back and say, not to say you would do this, but say, sorry, you already signed the lease with the terms.
Yeah, and again, wouldn't do that to anybody. If there's changes that have to be made, I'm sure we'd be open to changing them. But this is a very standard lease. We've had it looked over by multiple attorneys. It is a more generous lease than I've seen in other parks. The tenants, our residents keep talking about their protections. A lot of those protections are governed by the MRL. And there's things I just can't do. And California, unlike other states or most states, we do have a mobile home residency law here that we have to abide by.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, a couple other questions, another one for staff or legal. If a tenant signed this lease and the state or even the city were to pass a law that would potentially change the terms of the lease from a standpoint of the rent increase, for instance, what would happen in this situation? Would the new law supersede the lease? Would the lease take control? What would typically happen if a state or city law?
It would depend on how the law was written. A lot of the state laws go back to a certain date, and so it's effective from that date going forward. So if the lease predated it, whatever the effective date was, then the lease would stay in effect. If it was prior to that, if the effective date was prior to the date of the lease would have to get modified to comply with it.
I'm hoping I understood you right, but let's say that the state passed a new rent stabilization program, let's call it 1483, and they decided to change it instead of 5% plus CPI max 10, they decided to change it to max 8, which is obviously lower than what this lease offers. Would these tenants be stuck at the higher rate in their lease, or would the state's new law override that?
I know it's a lawyer's answer, but it depends on what the effective date of the lease would be. Of the law would be. So if they went back to the beginning of 2022, prior to anyone signing these leases, then the state law would control. If the state law went into effect in 2024, then the leases would normally stay in effect, unless the law had some other specific things that changed that.
If I may, Your Honorable Mayor and council members, as an example for AB 1482, those that already had a lease prior to 1482, their lease stood, and 1482 did not apply to them until their lease was up.
So I could see that as being a potential reason not to sign the lease. If the state or the city decided to change the rent increases, and there wasn't a provision in the lease to follow state rules, I would be hesitant myself to sign such a lease. Is there anything in your lease that you can speak to that would say that you would, your rent increases would be limited to the lower of what's in your lease or what state or city law would
I don't
dictate?
believe there's language in there to that effect. Again, I think it's a question for the attorneys. I don't know.
That answers a lot of questions for me. Thank you.
Okay, looks like Councilman Sheikh just clicked in. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Page 38 for 54-7. The question I asked you earlier about removing the mobile park from one to the other location, I'm going to read that to you. Owner shall upon a request of owner to adjust a lot line, homeowner agrees and consents to such adjustment and agrees to execute any documents required by HCD or other government agency, the jurisdiction to adjust lot line to the extent that such adjustment decreases the size of the lot. Owner shall proportionally decrease the base rent. Should a lot line adjustment require homeowner relocate homeowner's mobile home and accessory equipment. So you are proposing in this lease that if that happens, you will remove the mobile park from one to the other location.
Again, I have to read it, and again, I'll do my best here, but I have a working knowledge of the MRL, and I'm pretty good at reading leases, but I'm not an attorney. Upon the request to adjust the lot line home because it's basically if HCD or a governmental agency comes in here and says move this, yeah, it would have to get moved.
Should a
This doesn't say I get to come in and just say go ahead and move this.
Well, you're not clear. I mean, HCD or other should a lot line adjustment required.
It's saying HCD or other governmental agency with jurisdiction to adjust such lot line.
Right, that's the lot line, but then you're not asking HCD to remove in case. They're saying that here, should a lot line adjustment require that homeowner relocate homeowner's mobile home and equipment?
That's correct.
So what happens if somebody does not provide you the insurance certificate that they don't have $250,000, they're not going to buy it? What's the plan?
Hey, you know what? I've never had that problem. So people typically want to make sure their homes are insured. And again, as far as the lot lines go, again, I reached out to my manager this morning, somebody who manages 6,000 spaces and been doing this for 30 years. He can count the times that this happened on one hand.
Well, let's see if that happens, though. What's the plan? There should be a plan. What if they don't give you that?
The plan would be, we'd have to look at the situation. What's going on? What's the need for the lot line adjustment? Why are we doing this?
No, I'm talking about the insurance for $250,000, the requirement for the lease.
So what is the plan for
if
insurance?
somebody does not buy that insurance to satisfy your lease? That the leases are void, then, I mean.
No, I wouldn't say a lease is void just because somebody doesn't provide proof of insurance. We can certainly go knock on a door and say, please provide me this. My experience is that this is generally not a problem.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I know there's a difficult situation, but, I think the whole idea was to bring back an item to discuss rent stabilization ordinance. That one failed, but we've effectively become the lease police up here, and I find it a little concerning that all of us are now become lease experts, or wanting us to be lease experts. I actually consider myself somewhat of a lease expert. I do leases for a living. Insurance is something that's required, I'd say, in every lease. I don't think that I've ever signed in the 20 years that I've been doing commercial leases and residential leases. I don't think I've ever seen a lease that does not include a paragraph to where the tenant needs to provide some sort of insurance. $250,000 nowadays doesn't buy hardly anything. Those are just figures that hopefully will cover whatever the damage may be or replacement costs. But I just find it amazing that that we're still up here and we're like reading a lease. This is a very thorough lease. It's a big lease. There's no doubt that it's one of the probably the longest, more thorough leases that I've ever seen. I can understand why you guys need to hire an attorney to read it over and explain it, and that's probably the smartest thing you guys have done, is maybe pull some money together, resources together, to have somebody better explain it from your point of view in your situation. So I really do suggest that you guys continue to communicate with your attorney that you've retained, and if you didn't retain an attorney, I would. so that you actually get basically the gist of what's on this piece of paper. And it's a long lease, and you need time to review it, understand it. There's things that you may want to request to be changed, but again, that's something that needs to be done between the tenants and the new owners. And I find it troubling that we're up here really reading a lease that's between two private parties. And I'm sorry, our role should be to discuss the rent stabilization ordinance, and we've done that. If we want to bring it back to discuss it again, we can discuss it. But reading leases is not our expertise. I don't actually think it's even the staff's expertise to actually sit here and tear apart a lease that's between two private parties. I just find it troubling that we're going down this path as a city, because we're really setting a precedence here that opens the door to possible litigation, to where they throw us in because we're the ones that are giving advice and guidance on a lease that could negatively affect either party. We're opening up the door to litigation. That's what we're doing up here. And all of a sudden, again, we're all experts up here talking about paragraph 3, number 5, 6.2. What do we know? What do we know? Yes, but that and I agree. It might be unfair. I look at this, it's like, ooh, gosh, that's pretty harsh. But that's something that your attorneys that you guys put together need to talk to their attorneys to figure out. Once we get involved up here, then it becomes another set of issues, another problem. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I want to refer to our city attorney on something like this, because he's going to tell me, yes, everything could be a liability. But do you think we're, to our city attorney, do you think we're going down the right path of tearing apart a very, very complicated, long lease with 60 pages where we're tearing it apart as if we're experts, and we're not experts?
Normally, the city does not get involved in lease agreements between private parties.
Normally. And resolution, a rent stabilization ordinance, rent control, that's something that we can discuss. Okay? And it's been brought up here. Okay. But what I'm saying is that we're going down a rabbit hole here. We're really digging a very deep trench that we may not be able to climb out of when we start microanalyzing a lease. So that's where I'm at. I think we're really making a huge mistake here by tearing apart a 60-page lease that we have no idea what's in it, other than picking out a few paragraphs here and there that we kind of understand. Let the two parties figure it out. If we want to discuss the RSO again, let's one of us bring it back. That's fine. But as far
Forget the lease. Let's do it.
okay.
Well, let's, with the public,
My point is the lease
silent, let him
is out of
speak.
our expertise. That's all I'm saying. The lease is out of our expertise, and it's really irritating me up here that we're tearing apart a lease that we have really no idea what it's all about. We're tearing it apart for let the two private parties figure it out. The city should stay out of this. And if we're going to discuss an RSO, bring back an RSO, get concurrence to bring that back, but forget the lease. Thank you.
Won't even talk to us as a group.
I think the public speaking has been concluded. There was no question to the public. Okay. Councilwoman Lewis?
Thank you, Mayor. In principle, I actually agree with Councilmember Matucci with the tearing apart the lease. That is not or should not be in the city's purview. However, still in agreement with him, if we want to discuss an RSO, then, it's what we're doing right now. My concern with that would be that the owners would be mandated to sign the lease before we would ever have the opportunity to agendize it again. And with the lease, I believe I read it's due on December 28th, I believe. It just gives me pause that we wouldn't be able to bring it back around again. And this is what, the fourth or fifth time we've bought it around anyway. So, you know, I'm fundamentally opposed to having rent stabilization for a lot of different reasons, because it does not address the core issue over housing, or the expense of housing, which is actually the lack of supply. However, with that being said, this is different. These are homeowners that have to rent the property that their homes are on, kind of like we do in the city with a ground lease. So that would be my only concern, is if the ownership is not willing to push out the date that these leases can be turned back in. I just don't think we would have the time to agendize this item again. And either Mr. Ramirez or Attorney Sullivan, please correct me if I'm kind of off base, or put me back on track. Thank you.
The next regular scheduled council meeting would be January 10th, but obviously the council could call a special meeting upon 24 hours notice if that's what they wanted to do, and take another shot at the RSO if that's what they want to do, although we've been here 3 or 4 times and it hasn't really done before.
I have to give notice.
You have to give notice on the RSO?
I have to give notice.
How much time?
10 days.
So we need 10 days from that to call it.
Ms. Ramirez, you had a comment?
Thank you, Your Honorable Mayor, council member. Just to address a couple of things. In regards to lot line and easements, that is actually covered in the MRL law, and it's in your council packet on page 132. And under the second paragraph, and it's the 7th line down, it says park management reserves the right to modify any lot line at any time, provided that such modification does not violate any applicable law. So that is something that is currently in the MRL law. Additionally, there's a lot of things that are in this MRL law that we're covering tonight that would not be in our RSO. Our RSO is really covering the basic, you know, how much can you increase the rent by, what's the appeal period, or how do you appeal if you don't like it, what, and items along those lines. But it's not getting into the trenches as like the
lease, the actual lease terms.
Does.
Correct.
So
that's what we don't want to do.
So it does not. It also doesn't stop the property owner, if an RSO was to go through, still to require this information, or for them to require a lease to be signed or requested, or them to have to follow these rules even if they didn't sign a lease. They would still be bound by the laws in the MRL.
Correct.
In regards to bringing an RSO back, I would need to be able to post in the paper a notice, as well as give all the other property owners of the mobile home parks the proper notice. So you're looking more than just 10 days, because I have to put it in the paper, so you're probably looking somewhere between about 15 days.
Okay. And so just so I'm clear, and just so I'm clear for the record, the only thing that we want to try to accomplish is just talking about the RSO, not the terms and conditions of the lease as written.
I would not give I'm not an expert
Right.
on these cases, so I would not
neither
be
of
able
us.
to. I could only respond to
Right.
the MRL, and
Right.
that's if I could find it quick enough based on what your guys' questions are.
No, well, you can't. I mean, I between this agenda, I did more reading over the past week than I ever did in college, and I just want to make sure. I do agree with Councilmember Martucci going through line by line. We are not experts, and that we should leave that for the attorney. But in the RSO, it's only going to specifically address rent increases when they can be made, and the cap on how much they can be made.
Correct. And then it also does address, as far as if somebody's not in agreement, that process you go through and the fees that must be paid.
Okay, and then we can put a provision in there that has no vacancy protection control, correct? For, let's just say the current owner moves out, new owner, they're subject to market rates.
Yes, that was put in the last update.
Oh, okay, yes, I recall that. Okay, thank you.
All right, looks like Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Ramirez, for just pointing out the fact that under any circumstances, the homeowners are protected under laws that are currently in place. And secondly, I just want to reemphasize my concern is for the people who really need it the most, as determined by an outside third party with the subsidy program. So 28 applicants, 13 applications returned, 12 approved, 1 pending, 0 denied. So I am most concerned about the people that need it. And those are the people that are benefiting from the subsidy program that will not be in effect if we implement an RSO. Thank you.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with my colleague, Councilman Matucci, that we're not the expert. And with all respect, we're not expert with homelessness issue either. With all respect, we're not expert with coyote issues either. And with so many other issues, we're not the expert. But this is a very different situation. Here we are advocating to reduce homelessness. We are advocating affordable houses in Torrance. And this is for the senior citizens. They have been living in this for years. They have fixed income. Additionally, they are not only responsible for the rent fee, they are responsible for their mortgage. They are responsible for fixture. They're responsible for so many items. So if you're asking $1,000 rent, it's not $1,000 rent. It's in addition to that, they're paying for their repairs, mortgage, insurance, and other items. So don't consider that this is something that we should not be concerned about. We have been reached out by the community members, and as a leader, we need to listen to them. Their concerns have been addressed so many times, and we hear. That's why we have come here so many times to discuss, understand, and find a solution. That's what leaders do. Leaders unite others and represent the voice of the community. And that's what we're doing here. With all due respect to all my colleagues, I'm not here trying to pretend I'm expert. I'm not trying to pretend that we're reading through the lines. This is our responsibility to understand how to find a common ground between those two parties. This is an anomaly. This is a very unique situation. If we don't have a precedent, we may find a temporary solution. It will come back again. So all I'm trying is to find something that will benefit to the investors and also help the community. This is not the matter of being an expert. This is a matter how we represent our community. And that's what I'm requesting. And if I'd like to make a motion. Oh, I think we have a comment.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. I think Councilman Kaj is getting ready to. I think I'll just make a little comment. I think with respect to RSO, I actually believe we spent a lot of time and effort reviewing the RSO. So I would just caution the choices we make. I think that was our primary duty. I think last time we bring this item back was really not to discuss RSO. It was because a few council members were concerned that the draft rent agreement was not shared with the public. So you're all free to give your opinion, but I believe we've spent a lot of effort addressing the RSO. Councilman Kaji, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My profession has been in commercial real estate for almost 40 years. So for the properties that I've managed, the properties I've owned, and also for offices and warehouses that I've leased, I've spent a considerable amount of time reviewing leases, both for myself, my clients, and for owners. So in going back to our previous discussion on the RSO, I think we made a decision that according to 1482, if the owner followed the guidelines of 1482 plus added subsidies to those in most need, that was something that we supported, that we could support. Now, when this issue came up the last time, and I concurred that it would be worth time for this council to consider certain elements in the lease, I spent my time also reading through the lease. Now, if we had a chance to go back in time to when the previous owner made the decision to sell the property, that owner, just like anyone else who has anything to sell, whether it's real estate, a car, a business, you put that property, you put that business out on the open market, and you seek to find the highest value, and you seek to find a buyer who has the means to make that purchase. So I believe in the same instance for the previous owner, who many of you leased spaces from at the park, you had a long-term relationship with that owner. I don't know if the owner ever signaled to the residents his desire or their desire to sell. I don't know if that owner ever thought of or even suggested the idea of the residents grouping together and purchasing their own spaces individually in order to secure their own future, which would then be, in that instance, you wouldn't be having to face, a lease negotiation. You would, own your own pad, and then share the common area cost among yourselves. But that's in hindsight. I know that there are some parks which are owned by nonprofit organizations, 501c3s, in which the ownership, each individual has, a percentage interest in the park, and they share the cost. But that isn't the case that we're faced with tonight. I am concerned for the older residents who are now, facing a level of uncertainty that wasn't planned for. But I do know this, that, in a market, and I'm really concerned about the issue of the RSO. If the subsidies, the owner's representative made it clear at the previous meeting, if an RSO goes forward, those subsidies disappear. And if they disappear, I don't know what, what you would face in your negotiations with the ownership. That to me, I thought was a reasonable solution. But at this point, I think if this issue does come back, really I'm looking at it in black and white terms. I really would hope that the subsidies are a way out of this ongoing discussion. If we do have to bring it back, so be it. But I'm just making it clear from my position that you have an owner that is now, maybe considering, I can't speak for them. I'm uncomfortable with the city inserting itself in looking at the minutia of a lengthy lease. I don't believe it's our role, to analyze a lease like this. I believe it's between the parties involved, the residents and the owners, and you do need your own legal counsel to negotiate your own positions. Each of you have different situations that are unlike the others. And I have to believe that for the ownership is required to meet with each of you individually and work out those terms. I don't think it's one size that fits all. So that's where I'm going to leave it at this point. But I'm open to, I'm very concerned that if we reopen this, you may lose what you already have. Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Question for staff. At a previous meeting, we had an RSO draft that we were studying, and we didn't pass it, obviously, but it was basically an RSO that followed the terms of AB 1482, is that correct?
As far as the rent increase did,
Right.
yes.
And that was the major real provision of 1482 anyway, it was to protect
Correct.
the rents, which I think is, speaking for myself, I think I've been consistent in my belief that if we're going to do anything, it will be based on a formula like 1482, which in my opinion, I still believe the state failed you tremendously by not including mobile homes in their protection, because you wouldn't have had the rent increases you've already had 1482 been applied to mobile home residents. And that puts us in this awkward position of trying to figure out something in an effort to try to help you. And I think we've shown that our desire is to provide you with a level of protection that 1482 would have provided had it been included for mobile home residents. And I still think that that's the desire of the majority of our council. We were hoping that the lease would be something, a tool that would be allowing that to happen between the park ownership and you, the residents, in an effort to avoid getting the city in the middle of a situation that I think it's clear that we don't particularly want to be in. So I'm really caught in a very challenging spot. I think, in general, the lease, I know you'll disagree with my comment, but I think, in general, the lease provides you more protection than you had if you didn't have the lease at all. And so from that perspective, I think the lease is a positive. Is the lease perfect? No. Is any lease perfect? No. If we do an RSO, will you be any better off? I'm not sure that you will. And I'm not convinced, A, that we could even pass an RSO. And even if we did, it would, in my opinion, likely be only at the best case the equivalent of the AB 1482 rent rate protection. So I'm really torn as to what to do, and I think I'll reserve my final comment for later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Griffith. And I think I agree with your comments as well. I think Councilwoman Kalani's comments was probably, I just want to make sure it's not overlooked, because I think, and Councilman Kaji mentioned it, I am looking at what's been going on for the last few months. I think that each action item has been followed through by the property owner. But I think what's not being highlighted enough is the subsidy. That was my big concern. You know, I know no one wants to get in a situation that someone cannot pay the rent, and so far that is not getting enough attention, I believe. And so, I would encourage for those who has not applied for the subsidy, at least apply for it. So far, I think 100% has been accepted. That's a big deal. Councilman Sheikh, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. That tells us something, that out of 266 residents, we have only 4 people signed the lease, which is 2%. Subsidies will be only for 2 years, and it can be amended. If there's no RSO, it's up to the STAR management to rescind it. We're leaving up to a property owner if we don't have any RSO. If we have RSO, that will not benefit to these mobile parks, but others as well. That will have a precedent for all investors to understand what's going to happen if they buy new property. They will be very cautious. Then let's see if 2 years the property values go up and STAR management, they want to sell the property. Then they're going to reassess the property. There's no subsidy. There's nothing there, but they will have another jump. There's no guarantee on that either. There are a lot of other unknowns at this point. So having an RSO will benefit, especially the one that we are proposing, to give the opportunity, if the new tenant comes in, that person has to pay the market price rent. It is protecting the investors. We are unique. We are proposing a unique ordinance that provide benefit to both parties. I will not support the requested lease, and I request all my colleagues to look at who we're helping. These are all senior citizens, disabled senior citizens. This is incumbent upon us to help them. They've been asking help. They've been here for every single meeting. They're raising concerns that they're really, really real life concerns. Only less than 2% that represent mobile park in Torrance home. It's not really having a precedent that we're going to have rent control. This is not a rent control. No. The idea that we had in the past that may sabotage the look of the area, it's not going to happen. This is something that as a unique, we can help those people and have something good for our city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I think your comments are from the heart, but we have to look at the reality. The RSO was presented here and it failed. I think the subsidy program that's in place is there to help those that truly need it, and it's obvious that 100% of the people that have applied, correct me if I'm wrong, 100% of the people that have applied that were able to show financial distress have been approved. Going down the road of an RSO will most likely eliminate that subsidy. I think we just need to accept and file and let the owners and the residents work the terms of the lease out like any other organization or any other business or any other. Well, by law, they need to communicate with you. So we want to make sure that you have legal representation, and that's something I believe that you have already done. So I definitely suggest you get your legal representation to walk you through the steps and explain exactly what the lease that's been presented is offering you. If you don't like it, you communicate with their attorneys and look at what paragraphs might want to be changed or altered or added or taken out. But at this point, I'd like to make a motion to accept and file, continue looking at programs through the county and state that can possibly help residents and make those programs available to all residents here in Torrance. And also make sure that that subsidy program does stay alive, and if it doesn't, that at that point in time, then we can revisit an RSO. But at this point, we need to kill the whole idea of an RSO because it has failed. We beat that horse to death, and that's my motion.
Question?
Councilman Griffith, you got a question?
Yeah, I have a question on that motion. I would consider that if the residents were given a 30-day extension on reviewing the lease and an extension on imposition of a rent increase that currently has a December 31st deadline.
In lieu of the holidays, I would do that 30-day extension as a precursor. Again, we're getting involved with between two private parties, but I think in an effort to be fair during the holidays, I would add that to the motion. 30-day extension.
I think it's hard to make a motion unless someone agrees.
Yeah, they have to agree to that. We can't just force that on them.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not our decision. That's our wish.
Our wish. Well, a wish of a motion.
Let's do this. Let's do this. I'm going to give Councilman Natucci a second chance to ask a question before he finishes his motion. How's that? Would that work?
Appreciate it. Will the representative please step to the mic if they're willing to answer that question?
So I just want to make sure I understand this. So if we extend the lease signing period for 3 days,
No,
for
30
30 days,
30
excuse
days.
me, it's an accept, file, done, we're not back here in 30 days again.
Correct.
Do I understand that correct?
Correct. 30-day extension on the time frame to.
So we'll take it out to January 28th.
January 28th. January 28th. That's fine. 30 days. Yeah.
So
If the motion
if
passes.
if the motion passes,
Extend,
we're done, we're
extend the
not back
deadline
here.
to January 28th.
But we're not back here again in 30, 60
No,
days.
there's no
where
RSO part
You're
of
going
the
back to running the
discussion.
city, I'm going to go back to managing property.
No, then if at a later date, one of the council members wants to get concurrence, that's on them. for
Done.
future.
Okay, so that's your motion as amended.
Bridget has a question.
Councilwoman Lewis.
So my question back to Mr. Macera is, I think I heard him say, correct me if I'm wrong, that we're not, it's just to extend the signing of the lease. We're not back here. The way that I'm looking at it, we can't guarantee that we won't be back here discussing RSO. It all depends on how the meeting between the property owners and the residents go. My thought on the
There's no scheduled
extension.
meeting, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
There's no scheduled meeting
Well,
with the residents.
that's where we're, I don't want to say an agreement, that's what we're trying to, not compel you, but try to ask you to do is take that 30 days and meet with the residents and
So-
see if you can come back to some type of agreement
So
in place
to-
of an RSO.
To that effect, every resident has my cell phone number. Every resident has my email. I haven't gotten one phone call asking for a meeting regarding this lease. And that's 100% true. Go through my emails, phone messages. You're more than welcome to.
I don't have that right, nor do I want to do that.
Councilwoman Lewis,
Got it.
I think what you're stating is just a reality.
Right, just a,
You know, I mean, we could bring items up based on the concurrence in the future. I think we all understand that. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not permanently closing the door or discussion. I mean, that's something that, with concurrence, any one of us can bring back anything, really. But,
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Macera understood that, because at the end
Yes,
of
I
his
did.
last comments, he said, so we're not back here in 30, 60 days. My point to that is, we can't guarantee we won't be back here in 30, 60 days.
I understand
Right.
that. I think we understand the context of his reply, because I know that we're all trying to provide a fair agreement and that we're making a decision. Every decision, or some member of the city council asks staff to bring up an item for concurrence, it may or may not get 4 thumbs up. That's how the city is run so far, unless we change our process. So I think the way I hear it is, we got a motion to accept and file
we have.
with the condition that the extension to sign the agreement is extended to January 28th,
And the rent-
2020,
the projected rent increase that was slated for January 1.
and the projected rent increase that was supposed to occur January 1. I wasn't sure when we had that discussion with him that park owner agreed with that.
And I'm sorry, I don't quite understand, Councilman Griffiths.
Well, yeah, if we're going to delay the requirement for people to have the lease completed and signed, I would also like to see that the imposition of the rent increase that's been already notified be delayed for the same period of time.
I would say that's probably not something we would do. But again, it wouldn't matter if we did it or not. We gave everybody $14.82 for the 2023 increase that's upcoming. So it's already been noticed, done. It's everybody in the park got $14.82 as we committed to you. So I'm not sure how that would change anything.
They would have to send out new notices too. That would really complicate.
Well, I understand. So if we delay the signing of the lease period until January 28th, but the rent increase affects on January 1, what happens if they sign the lease on January 10th?
So it wouldn't matter because the rent is going to be the same no matter what. So all these leases start January 1st, 2023, the effective date of the rent increase. So if I post-date the signing of the lease, it's not going to change any of the financials whatsoever.
Because the rent increase falls within the guidelines of 1482.
Yes, sir, for everybody.
And that would be the one-time rent increase for 1482 for the year.
That is correct. So the next rent increase will come in December 31st, 2023.
All right, then I'm fine with that.
We have the power to negotiate the lease individually.
Councilwoman Lewis.
I just have a follow-up question for Councilmember Griffiths. I read, and correct me if I'm wrong, that provision only is accurate if you sign the long-term lease. If you don't sign anything over 12 months, then you're if you sign it under 12 months, you're subjected to rent increases every 90 days. So there is no protection under 1482. The only time that you get 1482 is if you sign a long-term lease, which is more than 12 months. Am I reading that correctly?
The way the lease reads, they can either sign a 12-month lease or they can sign the
84-month.
Correct lease. There's no in between. It's 12 or 84. And if you don't sign the lease, regardless if you select the 12 or the longer term, then they can raise the rent
every 90 days.
Every 90 days if they so chose to.
That's what I thought. So basically, I'm getting locked into an 84-month term if I want to get the RSO rate and the subsidy.
Hold on. Let's make sure. I just want to at least. Does someone have a question for Mr. Massera?
Yes, what I just said. Can I form that into
Yeah,
a question?
yes, ma'am. Perfect. You're half correct. So yes, if you don't sign the lease, you still have a lease with the park that you signed when you moved in. You would still be a month-to-month tenant, and you would not fall under any rent caps at any time. But as part of our commitment that we made to the city as part of this agreement, everybody is annual rent increases. So there is going to be no 90 days, I'm going to raise your rent.
But you could, and there's no teeth. I mean, I'd have to go back to the attorney in the room. That's just a gentleman's agreement or
I would say
member agreement, right?
The whole thing is a gentleman's agreement. And obviously, if we don't do what we said we were going to do, you should absolutely bring back an RSO and spank us for it. And I wouldn't blame you for that at all.
I believe one of the reasons why the request was adding a 30-day extension so that if there's some details between the residents and the park owner, they can have some discussion. I think that's one of the reasons to have an extra 30 days, so that we're not hashing it out here in public. You're the two parties are doing that. I believe that's the intent of the extra 30 days.
But it's that, and also just, with currently the deadline is 8 days from now, with Christmas in the middle and the holidays, I just find putting the burden on the residents to absorb and sign a lease with all those things going on at the same time, my head would spin. It already is spinning, and I think 30 days is a nice grace period to allow the tenants to get through the holidays and have some time to fully absorb the lease and make the decision on how they want to proceed.
Councilman Matucci, you've got a motion, so I think let's
which I agreed to second based
Okay.
on the accepted terms, so I will second.
All right. I think it's an accept and file with the condition that the residents and the park owners will agree that residents will have up to January 28th as a deadline to sign the agreement. And the two parties, you could do whatever you want between now and then to clarify any misunderstanding or modifications. There'll probably be misunderstanding 20 years from now too. So I can't, yeah. I believe that's the motion. I just want to make sure.
Correct.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with council members Lewis and Shake voting no.
That was 9F. Now we're on to item 9G. From the city treasurer, is there a staff presentation?
Yes, there is, Your Honor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Tim Goodrich, City Treasurer. Before you tonight is a recommendation to adopt a resolution repealing resolution numbers 2018-112, 116, and 122, and allowing certain city officials to provide backup authorization within the purview of the City Treasurer. As you all know, there were certain issues within the City Treasurer's office in years past, and we've been working to turn things around and stabilize the office, and we are well on our way to doing that, I'm proud to report. So this resolution here tonight would be another step in a return to normalcy and returning staffing to almost what it was prior. There were actually 7 people prior, and 3 of those positions have all been eliminated now. This would return cashiering back to the City Treasurer's office, which is 2 individuals. And that was something that was a major concern from the public about separation of duties, so that this would be a step in the right direction for that as well. In terms of redundancy, that was one of the concerns, is how do you provide coverage with a small department of only 4 people if, say, 2 of those people are out? And we had a discussion with finance, and this resolution allows, in the event of an emergency situation or extenuating circumstances, that finance would be able to provide backup in that situation to still provide service to the public.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you. I had a question on a statement that was just made. Does this change any staffing if this agenda item is approved?
This doesn't change staffing levels. It changes the apportionment of the staffing, meaning that the 2 people that are currently physically in the cashiering office, which is 1 wall away from the treasurer's office, are currently assigned on an emergency basis to finance department. And passing this resolution tonight would bring them back to the treasurer's office. So it's a paper change, if you will.
I'm sorry, I see this as just rescinding resolutions. Is there a staff change involved here? I don't see that. Can you point out in the agenda item where there's a request of making a staff change?
The prior resolutions, the resolutions that are being rescinded, are the resolutions that gave the emergency authority to finance.
So rescinding the resolutions then moves staff, is that what I understand?
On paper, that's my understanding.
Council member, if I may, Ian Daly from Finance, we'd have to do another adjustment to actually move the FTE counts. That was part of the program modifications from the Q1 report. So it's one of 2 necessary steps that would have to take place.
Yeah, that was my understanding, is that the program mods that we have not yet approved that would be a discussion for a later date to transfer any staff from department to department.
But yeah, that would move the 2 FTE in question that sit down at cashiering under the finance department over to City Treasurer's office. This is dealing more with the emergency and the duties related back to 2018.
So if this was to pass, this agenda item as written, no staff changes would happen.
The FTEs would still need to be moved at a future council date as part of those program mods from
If
Q1.
council so approved that. But it would not happen as a result of passing this agenda item.
Correct.
Thank you. I also, this is those emergency resolutions that were passed in 2018 were to help protect the city, and were done so at a time when things were obviously not ideal. And we have a situation now where we have a brand new deputy treasurer who's only been on board for a short while and still on probation, and also a treasurer who's not full-time committed employee to the city, I would be hesitant to agree to make these changes until after at least probation is complete for the Deputy City Treasurer.
Any other comments from the council on this item? I don't see any at the moment. Let's go to the public.
James Henry.
A little history lesson. This agenda item only became necessary after the former city manager Leroy Jackson and former mayor Patrick J. Fury decided to crucify the former city treasurer Dana Cortez in public shortly after her re-election to another term on June 19, 2018. After that public humiliation, Ms. Cortez couldn't perform her duties and had to take time off and was on medical leave. The timing of all this is very suspicious. Thank you.
Do we have any other comments from the public?
Hello, this is pork chop time again. We all know what happened to Mrs. Cortez. Timmy Goodrich, Mr. Sheparian was presenting the 300-page indictment, how bad she was after election. And we all know her wages were reduced and the finance department took over her duties. And this is all happened secretly after months. The general public find this out when she declared illnesses. Now my question would be, Timmy Goodrich makes $128,000 or $65,000 right now, because Mrs. Cortez duties were reduced, and that should have been the old paycheck, that 65. So is he make 65?
I believe the current compensation for this city treasurer is around the orders of 65K-ish, in that order. Don't quote me on the exact number, but it's in that ballpark. Around 65K-ish per year. If I'm wrong, someone will correct me. Anyone else from the public? I think we have a motion from, go ahead, Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion that we table this item until the Deputy City Treasurer has successfully completed probation.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Did you want to click it in too? Yes, we're ready.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci voting no.
Let's see here. Thank you. We're on to item 9H from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Item 9H is a recommendation of the city manager that City Council adopt supplemental resolutions pursuant to memorandums of understanding setting forth changes regarding hours, wages, and working conditions for employees, amending resolutions from the following groups by updating the city contribution for employee health insurance: the Engineers Association and Torrance Fiscal Employees Association in the amount of $100,467, the Torrance Firefighters Association in the amount of $167,160, the Torrance Professional and Supervisory Association in the amount of $146,744, Torrance Police Officers Association in the amount of $200,880, and the Torrance Police Commanders Association in the amount of $11,760. These resolutions increase the city's health contribution and add a cash in lieu of insurance option for eligible employees. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Do you have any comments or questions from the council? Councilman Kadri.
Thank you, Your Honor. A question for staff regarding these types of benefits. The benefits extend to the employee, their spouse, and children. Is that correct?
That is correct for eligible employees. I believe the part-time is only available for one party.
All right. Let me take this a step further. Should the eligible employee pass away, do the same benefits extend to the widow and children?
They do not.
So there is no, say, tail that would extend to anyone else?
That's correct, Councilman.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from the council? Does anyone from the public wish to speak? You don't have to.
Anyway, I'm with that, people should be having good health insurance, but I think our firefighters and all the city employees, especially the management, they have excellent health insurance. And I have excellent health insurance, but my insurance doesn't even pay for my medication. But I hope the firefighters and the police and the city employees have a better insurance. And just a reminder, SST passed, SST not, you guys don't have money still, The money is not rolling in. And also, the fire department started up the program, the transporting. They should have now $1 million profit, as they claim. So this wouldn't be a problem paying for this of those $1 million they're generating. So they saved that homeless guy.
Thank you. I think I'm going to take this back to the council. How do you wish to proceed?
I move to accept item 9H and adopt the supplemental resolution.
Second.
Do we need a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The first is resolution number 2022-138, the resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2019-89, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for Engineers Association and Torrance Fiscal Employees Association, TFPA. The next resolution is resolution number 2022-139, resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2022-96, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for Torrance Firefighters Association, TFFA. Resolution number 2022-140, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2022-120, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for Torrance Professional and Supervisory Association, TPSA. Resolution number 2022-141, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2019-80, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for Torrance Police Officers Association, TPOA. And the last one is resolution number 2022-142, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2019-81, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for Torrance Police Commanders Association, TPCA.
I just want to make sure I clarify that Councilmember Lewis's motion was to adopt resolutions 2022-138 through 142.
That would be correct, sir. That is my motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 9I from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Honorable Mayor and council members, Jamie Lay again from the City Manager's Office. Item 9I is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council adopt resolutions pursuant to the Memorandum of Understanding setting forth the hours, wages, and working conditions for the following groups for the period of December 18th, 2022 to June 30th, 2024. Torrance City Employees Association in the amount of $386,704. Certain full-time hourly employees in the amount of $474,336, and certain part-time hourly employees in the amount of $60,776. Notable adjustments include 4% base increases, increased health insurance contributions, and cash in lieu of insurance option for eligible employees. The Labor Relations team would like to thank our dedicated employees for their support and dedication to the city during the uncertainties of the COVID-19 pandemic. We would also like to thank the Torrance City Employees Association, especially the leadership of Tracy Gowdy and Henrietta Kopecki, for collaborating with us during the negotiation process and their willingness to work with targeted timelines. I personally look forward to continuing our work towards mutually beneficial contracts in the future. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I don't see any. Anyone from the public wish to speak?
It's a little bit too thick agenda, so I did not have time to really study it. But some people deserve a raise. I heard that bus drivers, the bus drivers making like $20 an hour or close to that. Or I was even surprised that, if I get sick and my wife would call the ambulance, the ambulance drivers making like $20 an hour, I mean, my life depends on, and the guy with almost a minimum wage driving me to the hospital. So I'm sure some people deserve the raise, and it's they should get a raise. But I just like to remind you, the money is not rolling in yet, and things doesn't look very good in the future. So it was everybody started to spend money, but now they don't have money. So thank you for letting me speak.
You're welcome. City Clerk, can we get a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The first is resolution number 2022-143, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for employees represented by the Torrance City Employees Association, TCEA, and repealing resolution number 2018-84. Resolution number 2022-144, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, setting forth the hours, wages, and working conditions for certain full-time salaried and hourly employees beginning December 18, 2022, and repealing resolution number 2021-89. And the last, resolution number 2022-145, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, setting forth the hours, wages, and working conditions for the certain part-time hourly employees beginning December 18, 2022, and repealing resolution number 2018-86.
Motion to concur and adopt resolution numbers 2022-143, 144, and 145.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9J was pulled. We'll go to item 9K from the Community Development Department. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. This item has been brought forward as a result of a council oral requesting the opportunity to revisit the City Council's decision to end the end the outdoor dining program as of November 30th, 2022. The outdoor dining program originated in June 2020 as a result of the Los Angeles County Health Department restriction on indoor activities due to COVID-19 pandemic. Originally, the program consisted of weekend street closures in downtown to facilitate outdoor dining and activities. Later, the program was expanded to allow temporary installations on private property as well as parklets in the right-of-way in the downtown area. While the program was seen as a way to help businesses survive during the pandemic and to boost activity in the downtown, there were increasing concerns of being expressed about parking impacts, pedestrian and ADA accessibility, and the appearance of some of the parklets in the area. Because of these concerns, on September 27, 2022, the City Council directed the program to end on November 30th, 2022. Council also recommended that the Community Development Department work with operators on a case-by-case basis to determine the best method to allow ongoing outdoor dining. Shortly before the November 30th deadline, a downtown business requested the ability to extend the use of their temporary parklet and a desire to pursue a more permanent installation. Because of the council oral, staff notified restaurants in the downtown area that council would be reconsidering the ability to maintain a parklet at tonight's meeting. Staff also notified the Downtown Torrance Association and Old Torrance Neighborhood Association. On Monday, staff conducted a field survey and noted that only one parklet remained, which was for the Torrance Bakery. Staff notes that the bakery, as well as several other restaurants in downtown, have zoning approvals and an encroachment permit to allow sidewalk dining. Those entitlements remain unaffected by the council's action and may be utilized. If all previously approved restaurants were to reinstate their parklets, staff estimates that approximately 21 parking spaces could be impacted based on the estimated size of 600 feet per parklet. Based on these considerations, staff requests that the City Council provide direction regarding the reinstatement of a temporary outdoor dining program for the downtown Torrance area and adopt the resolution should they determine to extend the program. That concludes staff's presentation. If any members of your honorable body have questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Ramirez. If I heard you right, then you said there's only one business is currently utilizing a parklet
Correct.
in downtown?
Yes, as our field survey of Monday.
Great. Yeah, and I drove through and I verified the same. And they've expressed an interest in doing a permanent situation if we are come to a decision on a program to do that.
Yes.
Do we have any timeline on when we think we will have a program for us to look at to consider permanent parklets going forward?
Staff has done research and outreach to a number of cities that have allowed extended outdoor dining or permanent outdoor dining, and I believe we're at a place where we could be able to put something back and have it brought back to the council within the first quarter of the new fiscal year.
Great, thank you. And based on that, I would be agreeable to extending this for till June 30th, or the earliest of which would be June 30th, or the day that we accept the final program. And I would also want to see that there's no new parklets allowed in that time period until such time as a program is approved and the business goes through that program to establish a new parklet. So I don't want to see any, if we approve an extension, I don't want to see any parklets come back that have already disappeared, is my position. And obviously the council can override me, but those are my comments. That's it for now. Thanks.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious, we kind of discussed it. So this would be some kind of long-term lease?
Yes, for the parklet, they would enter into some type of agreement with the city, or if we come up with, depending if we come up with standards, they would agree to those standards and pay those applicable fees for those standards too.
Okay, and I think we briefly talked about, and I would just like to see something included to increase the directional parking signs. There are plenty of public parking areas available, but sometimes people, especially visitors, don't know about it. So I think in those areas that are using up parking spaces, maybe they could include some signage as to where the available parking is. Thank you.
I just want to do a clarification, Ms. Ramirez. I think Councilman Griffith asked if there's only one. I thought during your opening remarks that Torrance Bakery may have been the one that had the interest, but I thought I heard that there were others as well that expressed the interest.
There was one other business that has expressed interest, but as far as who currently still has a parklet that's out, there's only one.
Oh, got it. Okay. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. When these parklets came into realization, was there any sort of lease agreement or between the restaurants and the city?
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. When these parklets came about, it was via the Council's direction under emergency orders to leverage the temporary parking lot event permit just to provide viability for the operations to remain in existence. So it was more of a more expedient process. There was no lease agreement, and it has been free usage of the public right-of-way since.
Are there any plans to impose a rental rate and insurance requirements on the potential users?
Succinctly, yes. That has been the approach that CDD has advanced. They've researched other communities. Insurance requirements have always been in place, and it was part of the original approval.
And I ask the question because real estate comes with a value. I did see some of the emails in which there were some concern by some of the residents about ADA access for wheelchair users. So when I look at those restaurants which aren't using the public right-of-way for their own businesses, they're adding, of course, more chairs, generating more revenue. I'd like to see some type of offset which benefits the city, since they are taking up public space. I think it becomes difficult for us if we're simply allowing a use but not charging whatever the market value is of that, and it's benefiting only a certain number of users. We're not in COVID anymore, so for all these stores that have reopened and have visitors coming, but there's a definite lack of available parking space downtown, I think it would be only fair to impose some type of market rate on those users.
Councilman, in our investigation with what other cities are doing, we do have it, and it's quite a big range. It's anywhere from $1 per square foot to up to $30 per square foot.
30?
30, yes. It deals a lot with how late the operation goes, what they serve, and so we're putting that all together to give you to allow you to see what those different options are, along with what we would recommend. And I can tell you it's not $30, but we will be bringing that. But we can include that.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Just so I'm clear, just because we have the one that has expressed the desire to keep the parklet doesn't mean that prevents other businesses from applying to put their parklets back in place?
Based on Councilman Griffith's, that would, if that was to go through, it would only allow that one to continue until a permanent program came through, based on, if I understood the motion correctly.
Okay, and, well, your comment's correct. So basically, it would be one business in downtown that would be allowed for the parklet. Do we think that there might be any pushback from the other business owners who thought that they may have taken their parklets up thinking that they had to be gone?
The other businesses were notified of the extension through this month until this came back. Some still removed, some already had removed theirs. I do believe there is another business that would like to put theirs back. I don't know if all of them would like to.
So could we establish some type of deadline for those desiring to put their parklets back to file their intent within a certain number of days, and then after that, no more applications can be allowed to reinstall your parklets. And I think the concern we had was some of the condition of some of the parklets downtown with not being maintained. So could we put that provision in there?
That would be at the discretion of the
Yeah,
council.
that would be a whole
Councilman
nother
Lewis, I
discussion.
think, yeah, at the time we make the motion, I think there would be some discussion, because I see where you're going. Because it seems like, everyone else kind of followed the direction, with the exception of one, and it seems like we're cherry picking and showing favoritism. Because I think in the open remarks, there were plenty of notices given, if I heard it correctly. So I understand what you're getting at. I think at some point we'll have that discussion. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I love the outdoor dining. I think it brought life to the whole neighborhood. In any place that I've ever visited that actually put outdoor dining, such as the Riviera, I mean, it's just amazing how it just transformed the whole neighborhood. I really do think that if we put any rules together, they need to be the same for everyone. Just because somebody left their tables outside doesn't mean that they should get, preferential treatment. I understand Councilman Griffith's concern about just everybody putting tables outside again. I really do think we might have to put a little bit of thought into the process of putting a temporary and transitioning to a permanent. In the meantime, I think there should be a fee associated to using city space, because now that we're not in the COVID crisis per se, I think there should be an immediate fee that's involved in using public space, so that we can put that money back into our general funds and use it for public good, right? Because it is an added benefit to the business, and I think they can pitch in for that. Yeah, I don't know exactly how we would transition to a permanent structure. Are we gonna? Obviously, we have to take into consideration ADA access to the patios or the outside areas, because I believe we have to. We can't just have a step down into a parking space. My understanding, right? And we would have to make it level with whatever walkway there is. So I understand the ADA concerns. As far as there's some sections that have sidewalk that's sufficient enough to be able to put tables outside without taking over parking spaces. I think those need to be charged differently than to actually taking over actual parking spaces, because now you're having a negative effect on the actual parking in that particular area. So I don't know. That's something that we can definitely discuss. But I like the idea of being able to restart the program and allowing restaurants to put, an outdoor patio, outdoor seating. I think it's wonderful. What about individuals that want to, let's say, bring natural gas lines to be able to put permanent heaters outside? Are we allowing that on city property?
That would be all part of the program, and that would be part of the standards that we would set up.
Okay, because even in the summertime, it does get chilly at night, and you want to have extended hours, a little bit of nightlife. I think you probably need to give that ability, because I remember, I don't know if they were misinformed or I was misinformed, but one of the restaurant owners told me that the city told them that they couldn't have heaters outside. I said, not even portable heaters? He goes, no, they told us no portable heaters.
Your Honor, Danny Santana again, City Manager's Office. That is correct. The fire department had concerns with the propane heaters and their placement in relation to the canopy materials that were used that were not fire retardant.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There was also a concern with the trapping of the gas, if there were sidewalls that were incorporated into some of the tent installations. So it was the wild, wild west for a little bit, but we were able to get it under control and mitigate the environmental concerns.
Well, we helped a lot of those businesses survive, so which I think it's a win-win, right? So I'd definitely be in favor of June 30th deadline, whatever, to Are we going to have enough time to put together a program before June 30th?
Yes, I do believe staff would have enough time. And if it also helps the council, when this item was brought forth on September 27th, and we had reached out, there was at that 12 businesses in the downtown Torrance area that we surveyed to see if they were interested in potentially a permanent program and continuing on. Out of those 12, 7 said that they would like to, and those 7 pretty much did continue on until the time that the November 30th date came. So if you wanted to look at potentially more than just allowing 1 to continue while this goes, we could do it to those potential 7 that had originally showed interest.
And within the next 6 months, 7 months, we may have a new tenant that moves in saying, hey, I would like to build a restaurant here and put an outdoor dining. I think we need to leave that door open for new businesses to come in, not just existing conversion. I think, kind of leave that door open, because it kind of just invites you to be in that neighborhood when you see a bunch of people outside having a good time. So, all right, thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you again. I just want to kind of reconfirm a couple of things I heard. The program to put together a program for permanent parklets is something that you plan to try to bring back towards the end of the first quarter, if I heard you correctly. Is that right?
Correct.
And this next quarter, which is the first quarter, is probably the worst time of year for outdoor dining. And so I don't think personally it would be a huge loss to not have any outdoor dining in this quarter while we develop a plan. And so how many spaces is the Torrance Bakery parklet taking, roughly? 6, 5?
I want to say it's 5, but I will also say that's not where they want it. They actually do want to move it over where they'd only be taking 2 spots if they were to move forward with this program under initial conversations with them. But currently, I do believe it's 5 they're taking.
But they're also grandfathered in for having the ability to have sidewalk seating?
Yes, they may. And they have moved it all to the parklet, and we did discuss that with them. But yes, they do have that encroachment permit, and it remains.
Do you have any sense of how many of those businesses that did have parklets had theirs taken away reluctantly because of the deadline that was imposed upon them?
I believe a couple of them would have liked to have possibly have continued it. Definitely there was one other one that wanted to continue it, and I believe they submitted a comment letter, but unfortunately it came in after the 2 p.m. deadline, so you won't see that till tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand where, originally I was saying I don't want to allow any new parklets to come back, but if one business kept their parklet against the deadline that we did impose, and the others met our deadline but wanted to keep it, then I think we would be biased and unfair in our approach. I'm not quite sure how to handle that, but in that situation, I kind of almost feel like it would be better that we eliminate parklets altogether and keep our existing deadline and allow us the time the next quarter to finalize a permanent plan, at which time then any business that's interested in doing a parklet can do that, and that way we're treating everyone fairly. We're not, in the one case of the current business that left their parklet in place, they can move up to the sidewalk with very little impact to their business in the meantime while we're doing that, so maybe that's a different direction to look. But I want to try to be fair to all the businesses, but at the same time, I don't want to see parklets respringing back up. The bulk of them were very ugly and were really, in my opinion, a detriment to the downtown look, even though people enjoyed the opportunity to sit outside. I would really prefer to wait and reestablish any parklets once we have a permanent program in place. So I'm adjusting my thinking.
Thank you, Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Along the same lines, I think they really look ugly, but I have received comments from the public that some of the business owners, they were not clear about the directions, and that's why they just removed it right away because that was the deadline. And some of the other business owners, they were asking 1 or 2 day extension so they can remove it. They were just not had enough time to remove it. So my request is that, if possible, I agree with Councilman Griffiths. So, implement that, but have a clear directions across the board. What we want to be in 6 months if we go. Should we use only the sidewalks, or should we encroach the streets, and that will impact the parking structure? And in downtown, we already have issues with the parking. So, having said that, I agree with Councilman Griffiths adjusted his motion. Adjusted his comments. Adjusted the comments.
Right. In fairness to staff, I believe, looking at the whole situation, I believe we were very clear. I believe the decision we made on this in September, the staff asked us for direction, and we were very clear, and I think staff followed through. So I want to thank the staff, even though it looks like we keep bringing things back, but I just want to let you know that I believe the staff has been very clear, and this is, we're trying to bend as much as we can to be business friendly, but at the same time to be fair.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, what you're trying to say is to put some type of standard into what the parklets look like and capacity based on the business. So, for instance, Culver City, I'll just use them as an example, all of their parklets look the same because the city said get this furniture or this layout, and so it all looked the same no matter where you went in Culver City. So I think if we went to put some standards in it like that, it would help prevent some of the concerns that some people have plastic chairs, some people have all of them look the same, and give some type of symmetry to downtown. I think that's what we're trying to get at. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Just so everybody's clear, there's one that's still out in the parking spots, but there's others that are still on the sidewalks.
Yes, and they have encroachment permits to be on the sidewalk.
Right. And so does the one that's in the parking spaces.
Yes.
So our choices are to either let the ones stay in the parking and go back to the others that picked up, basically, and give them an opportunity to come back, or say none until we work this out. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. And we're
Or
approaching.
third one, leave the one that's a request and to stay until we develop the standards. So there'll be 3 options.
Oh, there's 3 options.
Yes.
An A, B,
Out
and
of
C.
Torrance City Manager Council.
An A, B, or C.
There's probably 7 options.
Oh, okay. All right. And nobody's paying any additional fees right now.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Thanks.
Councilman Matucci.
All right. Well, I think for the sake of being business friendly, I think we should really open it up to the businesses that want to do it, and give them the opportunity to put together, an outdoor eating area. I like the idea of having something that's a little bit more consistent. Having some kind of, I think Redondo Beach, they put cement. What do they call those? H blocks, U blocks? What are they called?
K-rails.
K-rails. Okay. So what they did is they put those in, and then they created a wood frame around it, and they had some local artists paint them. They actually look pretty nice. I'm not saying that we have to do that, but something along those lines to where it's consistent, so somebody doesn't have those orange freeway things filled with water. Another one has concrete and so on. So I think if we have something that looks a little bit nicer, give everybody the opportunity. And quite honestly, I mean, I know it's cold, but during the day, it's actually pretty nice to sit outside, So let's give these businesses the opportunity to make a little bit extra money because I know they've been suffering.
And that is staff's intent in developing standards to make them universal like that and to bring something back that would be attractive and promote the downtown Torrance area.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that during the time that we're putting together a program, put together an interim program that allows them to actually open up sooner than later, and then we can worry about how we're going to do it, all the details, the fees, and whatever else that might come into play. I would definitely support that. Thank you.
Mr. Santana.
Thank you, Your Honor. To Councilman Matucci's comment, which we appreciate all the comments and feedback, there is an existing process that can be leveraged should the council decide to advance an interim program while the more formal program is being developed. That is the parking lot event permit or the encroachment permit that the Community Development Department currently oversees and coordinates with the Fire Department and Public Works. From a staff's perspective, it would be helpful to understand whether the council's interest is in seeing the interim program be restricted to the sidewalk areas, or if the council is open to the interim program extending into the parking areas in the public right-of-way. It does require investment from the businesses if the larger allowance the council provides them to pursue. Some of the common concerns that we have heard later on in the COVID response was the aesthetics. Businesses do either have to procure or rent the safety elements if they are in close proximity to where vehicles travel or vehicles park. So if council is interested in having an interim program, you don't have to give us specifics, but if aesthetics is key, the parking lot event permit is a discretionary permit where the director of community development has quite a bit of discretion on what kind of aesthetic standards staff upholds. And we could make the aesthetic elements, the types of chairs, the types of tables, the consistency among them, the types of safety devices that are included to provide protection for diners, we could all incorporate that. You don't have to legislate it to the T. Just give us some general direction of where you feel comfortable. We'll advance it at the sort of director level until the formal program is developed that includes rental compensation, which I'm hearing that is of interest if it involves portions of the public right-of-way.
Yep. I couldn't have said it better myself.
You did, didn't you?
Yeah, correct, right.
That was pretty good. You even sound like Councilman Matucci now. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there any way to implement a fee now for the interim program?
Just takes 4 votes.
Yeah, at least minimum.
Councilwoman, to your point, there is a fee for the parking lot event permit. You could also direct us to implement a price per square foot, just using some quick calculations of an 8.5 by 19 foot parking space. That's around 170 square feet. So if you wanted something per parking space, we can do something like that. Ballpark would be $2.50 would be $428 per month. If you wanted something higher than $2.50, I'm seeing one council member nodding yes. It would just direct us what that price per square foot, and that can be part of an understanding for businesses as to whether they decide to apply for either the temporary program or the permanent program.
Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
I feel like we're going down the proverbial rabbit hole here. We're creating a new program that's a temporary program that will be superseded by a permanent program, And even if we come up with a temporary program, by the time the business applies for it, we may have the permanent one done. I think we just need to keep it really simple. I don't think the businesses that are interested in doing this are going to go out of business in the next 3 months. They can move their business to the sidewalk if they haven't already. And I think we should just nix the parklet dining until we implement a permanent program.
And just Councilman Matucci.
Just killed the mood. He killed the mood. We're all excited about eating outdoors. On the sidewalk, yeah. Sit on the curb, huh? No, I understand that. I mean, Councilman Griffith, he does bring up a good point that we're putting together a temporary one. Then, but the idea that we might actually have some certain guidelines in place. Can you tell us about those that program you said for the temporary?
The municipal code allows for the community development department to process what's called a temporary parking lot event permit.
Okay.
During COVID, we leveraged it for the public right-of-ways. With council direction, we can leverage a similar process for this purpose. And if council is interested in rent recovery or uniform standards, we can make those tenants as a part of staff's review of any requests.
Okay. Now, as far as the fees, let's say I'm going to throw it out, $1,000 application fee just to start it, and then we can talk about the rental on the permanent June 30th. By the June 30th deadline, we'll have a permanent program to where then we can talk about lease amount and lease terms as far as, insurance and all that stuff. I mean, obviously insurance, they're going to have to cover that outdoor patio anyways, regardless, right? If we can leverage that outdoor event parking permit and add, if we can just simply add, I don't know, simple and government usually don't go in the same sentence, but if we can put a simple guideline as far as look and type of furniture, no white plastic Home Depot chairs type of thing, then we can have some kind of temporary look, and then that can be you're funny. Sorry. I like the program to start right away because it's California. We like to be outdoors.
Council, I from staff's perspective, I think we can make anything work that the council would like. I think in designing this, we definitely don't want to cause a burden to anybody who would like to go through with this and come up with a temporary that might change when we come to a permanent one. That would be my only concern, is that they may put some money out for some furniture now that maybe might not be what this council would like to see under the permanent program. But, we can make anything work at the direction of the council.
Well, we can also make it a temporary permanent one.
Council, if I may intervene, we do have economic development facade program opportunities. So I think if the intent here is to create vitality of downtown movement, let staff come up with some options that we can work with. I think the spirit, if your direction is let's make this work while we develop a permanent standards, we can, and we hear you. It'll be some sort of uniformity, some basic standards, compliance with insurance, and if there is some small gestures of support that we can provide from an economic development facade program, we can, which will be the catalyst to start this perhaps on a more grander scale, which meets our downtown redevelopment options.
Sure.
So I think back to Councilman Griffiths, we either do nothing and allow us to develop those permanent standards, or if you want us to implement this right away, I have confidence the staff can develop some basic guidelines. And should there be some small support we can provide, we can do it as well from an economic development incentive perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that every business is going to make their decisions based on what they feel like they're comfortable
And
with.
if it's too cost prohibitive, then they may decide to wait
Because
until there's
K-Rails is most likely not going to be part of the permanent one. We might look for a different type of thing.
We'll probably want some nicer fence style designs
some
and
security poles and whatever else. So I mean,
uplighting and some landscaping and.
correct. So there might be, there might be completely different design, but if they want a temporary look, these are the guidelines that, but just know that 6 months from now, you may have to change it. Let the business make that determination.
Exactly.
I'd be completely open to that. Yeah. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
I'm worried I'm going to get jingled. In staying business friendly and staying trying to make businesses not incur costs, I get it all. I'd like to see us consider what's there staying, but I also think we need to be aware of 2 parking spots, or I remember some having like 10 parking spots. So I think there kind of needs to be a limit as well. So I would like to see something temporary. I'd like to not force someone to incur fees to take down only to be able to put back in 2 weeks. So if you could bring something back to us, ideas, that would be great. Or we talk about it now.
Councilwoman Lewis, I think staff is looking for some general direction from us soon, but go ahead and speak. Otherwise, we can kind of go on for another couple of hours.
As I've been in the chamber many times, we could always come back at the beginning of the year with some generic guidelines for your consideration, if that makes you feel comfortable. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis, you clicked in, so go ahead.
Bridget, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. No, what I was going to say is I agree with because come on, it's the holidays. I get it. We don't want staff to have to spend some time getting that. So can we leave things the way that they are, table it, agendize it for the next meeting? That way we would have had the opportunity to look at our security by design features, which the best ones that I've seen so far are the trees that are actually K-rails, and they made trees into them and planters and things. What? So this is what I'm concerned with. I'm concerned with if we extend it, then all the pop-up parklets that are going to come, unless we leverage the parking lot event permit. Does that have standards on it right now, the parking lot event permit?
I apologize, Councilwoman. Can you repeat the question?
The parking lot event permit that you said we could leverage, does it have existing standards on it now that maybe aren't as big as the parklets? And is it just limited to sidewalk dining?
It was not limited to sidewalk dining. It included setups that went into the parking spaces. Did it have standards? No. At its onset, it was, how do we get businesses up and running?
Right.
The standard was essentially, does the protective device meet traffic rating to prevent a vehicle from going into the dining areas? That was the only standard. Right. It was a safety one, not an aesthetic one.
So if we...
I apologize.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The hope is that through this permanent program, that we eliminate those orange K-rails, that we have consistency, that it's either an elevated deck or an extended sidewalk with pre-plumbed utilities underneath that meet all standards, no extension cords, and we improve the aesthetic in downtown. That's what staff from CDD has been working on with other departments, and that's what they're trying to finalize to bring back in the first quarter.
Okay. And so to approve tonight the reinstatement of an outdoor dining program, it would be to leverage the existing parking lot event permit process. And in that process, can we limit it to 2 spots or 3 spots? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I think based on what I understand from what Mr. Santana said, those we have current guidelines that business can go to CDD and ask for permission to do that. It's not like we need to make a decision on that. Is that correct?
Historically, the parking lot event permit has been leveraged for on-site parking, not street parking. During COVID, it was leveraged because we had an existing application form, right. We had an existing review process, and we could get it out quickly. So we leveraged it in order to respond and support businesses. With council direction, we have an encroachment permit, but we could leverage the parking lot of a permit form, just again because it has a process. It's simple. It has an application fee of $369. It's very manageable, and the review time frame is within weeks that staff takes care of and gets them to the point of either approval or denial.
Right. It almost sounds like to me that we allow the encroachment permit process to go through. We kind of get the best of both worlds. We give staff some time to develop the more permanent-ish. The key is this one business which hasn't moved by the end of November. They may have to slide some things over to a different area. Is that correct? Then we're all fair than everyone else.
Yeah.
I don't know if I said that clearly to everyone. I have a feeling I think that's what Councilman Griffith was probably getting at probably 30 minutes ago.
An hour ago, I think.
I'm trying to see if that's a way that would be helpful so that we don't keep, turning this machine over. And so I'm looking for one of my colleagues.
I have another comment.
Oh, sorry about that.
Staff is being extremely generous in offering to work with us and come up with these different things and approve all these individual temporary things. I think if staff focused on getting us the permanent solution, we appreciate their generosity and willing to do whatever it is we want, but I would really rather them focus on getting us the permanent solution, be done with this once and for all, and have all businesses be at the same place and everybody be fair, and let staff get on with doing the important business of our city.
I think there's...
And it's only, I heard different numbers, but it's not going to take us 6 months to get a permanent plan. It's going to hopefully take us 3 months.
That is staff's intent, yes.
So I realize it could take longer, but it also could take shorter if you had a little more free time. So that would be my hope.
Right. Okay. Go ahead. Public comments? I don't see any.
I don't know if my English is good, but I read here, provide directions on reinstating a temporary outdoor dining program. And you guys talking about all kind of other stuff. You know what I mean? So I call this, English as a second language. But I call this a gutter dining, and people obviously like it. But I don't know how is it going to go along with the revitalization of the beautiful downtown area. Because we don't need a gun store there, but we want gutter dining because that's beautiful and inviting. And I don't like to go out to restaurant to eat anymore because you don't know what you get in this kind of a economy when, it's everything goes by the pennies. But, you guys talked about half an hour of a different thing.
Anyone else? Uh-oh.
James Henry, I have a question for community development. Would outdoor dining be a benefit or a hindrance to the revitalization of downtown Torrance?
I'm going to take that as a comment.
Okay.
I know you want a question, but we'll take that as a comment.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? All right. I see that Councilwoman Lewis is ready to make a motion.
Yes, sir, I am. For item 9K, I want to deny the resolution for reinstatement of an outdoor dining program until a permanent solution can be brought back to the council in Q1 of 2023.
If I could get clarification, when you say deny, like not reinstate it?
Not reinstate it at this time.
Just keep it? Yep.
Yeah, just for staff time. If staff is going to actually work on some standards, let's make it be permanent. So I would like to deny bringing back the outdoor dining program at this time.
Which means the original deadline of November 30th is enforceable.
Correct.
I second that.
Voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries. Council members Kalani and Mitchell voting no.
Moving on to item 9L from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honor, members of the City Council. Adam Chaparian, just very briefly, item 9L is a recommendation of the city manager and City Council adopt the resolution amending resolution number 2019-89 for executive manager employees to add the position of assistant police chief. On May 24th, Council adopted the proposed fiscal year 22-23 operating budget and capital improvement plan, which include a new classification of assistant police chief as part of the overall reduction strategy. Staff is recommending addition of the position of assistant police chief to the executive management employee memorandum of understanding. By the way of this item, myself and Chief Hart are available should you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anyone who wishes to speak from the council? If not, does the public wish to speak?
Hi, it's Paul Chupp again. We all know the city doesn't have that too much money, and all this time we have a bunch of police officer who is missing it on the street, you know, because they are so busy. They take like 3 hours to come to my house, and as I see it here, $20,544 for a assistant police chief. That's about what, $240,000 plus the benefits, like $300,000. So the city has money for this, but we were doing just fine without it. We were doing fine without it. We even have police officers standing at PCH and Robert Road tonight. We have money for everything. Why do we need this more?
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? If not, we'll bring it back up here. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. My understanding is this is kind of a replacement of a position. It's not a new position.
Prior to this request, the police department, the chief had an opportunity to appoint a deputy chief. This position replaces that position which comes within the rank. This will be a standalone position which we plan to recruit for, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the council? I think Councilwoman Kalani is ready to make a motion.
Yep, motion to approve.
Do we need a number and title first?
This is resolution number 2022-147, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2019-89, setting forth the hours, wages, and working conditions for executive and management employees.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
I know item 9M is coming, and looking at my colleagues, let's try to keep to a disciplined 10-minute recess, and then we'll come right back, and we'll pick up item 9M. Yeah, Chris Kringle just came. So we're back in session. We're now moving on to item 9M from the city clerk, city manager, and city attorney. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. Just a brief one. This is a recommendation of the City Clerk, City Manager, and City Attorney that the City Council consider the methods to amend the city charter and give direction to staff on the method that the City Council prefers, direct staff on the potential timelines and election dates, and direct staff on any potential amendments. Basically, it's just a few questions that staff really needs direction on. The first one and the most obvious one is, does the City Council want to amend the charter or not? If so, what method would the council like to use? Either an elected charter commission, an appointed charter commission, or the city council doing it themselves. We'd need direction on some timelines and election dates. Basically, whether you'd like to go in March of 2024 or November of 2024. And the real distinction there is if you are doing any amendments that impact employment rights, benefits, or employment status, then you have to go to November. And then discussion of potential amendments. I attached the previous items from 2019, which were attachments E and F. You can consider any other amendments, or you can consider a comprehensive code or a charter amendment. One of the things staff has discussed is updating certain things, such as making the charter gender neutral, since many of the provisions assume that a male would hold the position. Updating titles to ones that are no longer used to new titles, and then finally getting rid of terms that are no longer used. I also included some sample charters from other cities that have recently either become charter cities or have amended their charters, and that's attachments L through P. And staff's available for any questions.
Thank you. Do you have comments from any members of the council? Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you. A couple things. Yeah, I think we do need to make some changes. Hopefully, there's some consideration for some potential additions. Certainly, cleanup issues. I think that going the route of having council do it would be my preference. I'm open to any of the dates for consideration, although my recollection is we got really close on time in the previous attempts at charter amendments, and I think that created a rush scenario, which didn't give us the opportunity to properly sell those items. So I hope that whatever consideration we make for any amendments, if we do, that we make sure we give us plenty of time to get that all wrapped up and put together well before the election would happen, or the deadlines for the election would happen. And then I have one idea that I'd like to have council consider as an amendment, and that's to provide a runoff elections in winner-take-all races, which now include all of our council races. It's possible for a candidate to win an election with less than 50% of the vote, and I think that that's wrong. And I think that in any winner-take-all situation, we should have the opportunity to ensure that the winner is selected by at least a majority of our voters. And our current system does not provide for that. And having a runoff would allow for that to happen. And to take it an even further step, I would consider a mail-in ballot for a runoff. But open to discussion, and I'd love to hear what my colleagues think. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I concur with any cleanup of wording like gender neutral. Can we keep that at the council level? But anything else like election related or cost related be taken to a vote as inexpensively as possible, including a potential mail-in ballot. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
I can retract Councilwoman Kaylani and Councilman Griffiths. Allay my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you. Did you call me Councilwoman? You did, huh? I'm going to go back on the record.
Gender neutral, huh? Right.
Yeah, well,
Okay,
gender
my bad.
neutral.
Councilman Matucci.
They're going to have to fix that. No, I agree. I think the runoff elections are a must, especially now that we went to districts. I mean, you could have a situation, there might be 6 people running for a district, and they win with like 23% of the vote. So I think runoffs, even though they're an expense to the city, I think it's a must, just because that's really the road that we've gone down with these district elections. And I also believe that we should make those decisions through here, not through some committee or whatever, but because I think just time-wise, I think it just you know, even though it sounds like it's far away, 2024, it's going to be here before we know it. I would also like to include, I know we don't like to talk about it much, but council compensation. I think the $100 a month is it's ridiculous. It's been around since 1947. It's through the charter, and there's no provisions in the charter for us to adjust it other than going to a council to the public vote, which I'm okay with that public vote. But every time you need to adjust the pay, you have to go to public vote, and then that's you know, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars just to adjust the pay when you know, you're just spending so much money just to adjust the pay. So I like for us to, you know, to bring back an item that includes council compensation, whether we want to keep it in the charter or pull it out, whether we want to, whatever, make it hourly salary, whatever. But $100 a month, you're eliminating a lot of people that would probably run for these seats. You know, so you either have to be retired, independently wealthy, or in a business to where you have so much flexibility, and that just eliminates a lot of people. So as far as I think there's something else that I think we, in the past, we had discussed the city clerk's position, whether we want it to be an elected or appointed position. I'd be willing to revisit that as well, because I think it's just an important thing that we should at least discuss. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. If we are adjusting our compensation, I think we should also adjust compensation for commissioners. Just consider that too. Also, for runoff elections, are we saying that? I just need some clarification on that, if I can get, please. What do you mean by runoff election? So, in the first election, you see the vote and you pick the top 2 candidates, or only, and then you have in the following elections?
Yeah, I think what Councilman Griffiths is referring to, and Councilman Matucci did as well, is if there's multiple candidates. If it's a 2-candidate race, someone's going to get 50%.
Yeah.
Plus 1. But if you have 3, 4, 5, 6 candidates, they were saying you could have someone win with 20%, 25% of the vote. And what they'd want to do is the top 2 candidates would then go into a runoff, whether it be an actual election or, Councilman Griffiths had mentioned, possibly a mail-in ballot, which I believe is what Redondo does, between the top 2 vote getters to see who would get the 50% then.
Yeah, that's going to be additional, roughly a lot of, it's very expensive, right, to run elections for that? Do we have any?
I know the city clerk, and I don't want to put her on the spot, I know she's been looking into that process. She had an item in the past, but I know it is, a lot of the companies that don't, that used to do it don't exist anymore, so it's kind of this hybrid thing that you have to put together.
Yes, it's going to cost some money.
Yeah. No, it'd probably be about 200 to 300,000
for one district, that
for
district.
one district.
Well, we don't have one district. We also have like 3 districts, right? I mean,
Right, but
every cycle.
Every cycle would be 3
districts. So basically,
for election. So for one district,
250.
yeah, it'd be about 250 to 300,000.
We're talking about.
That's a rough estimate that
Yes.
was based on last year.
We're talking about 3/4 million. $3/4.
Well, you got to remember, we were thinking about special election a few months ago. It was on the order of 500K, right? So it's, anytime you talk about election, it depends on how many.
And that was consolidated.
Right.
Yeah.
And see,
So it depends
if
on
it's
if you're
piggyback on
standalone
someone
or
else. If you're
consolidated.
one off, it's probably going to be even more higher.
It's going to be close to $800,000, $900,000. So I'm a little concerned about that.
Councilman Kaji.
I would concur with the sentiment of having a runoff. Having run in a field of 4, I think it would serve the district residents and voters well to know that their representative has a clear mandate from the voters. In addition, I do believe that if we look at the issue of compensation for the members, the mayor, and the city council, and we put this on the ballot looking ahead 2 years from now, it would be my hope that we could fully justify the compensation by showing a significant improvement in the city's financial condition, or else I do believe that those in the community would simply scoff at the notion of compensation, even though at $100 a month, and you already pointed out, Councilmember Matucci, that at that level of compensation, it causes a lot of people just to stay away from seeking an elected position simply because their time is too valuable to contribute to serving in the city. So, I think we should look at putting this on the ballot and beginning to make those moves now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
I just want to be clear, we don't have to approve our decisions on these items individually. This is just to throw out for future discussion and vetting.
Correct. This is just direction so staff knows what to bring back.
Right.
Yeah.
So we don't have to necessarily agree with anything, just a high-level agreement that.
Yeah. Is it like, do you want to focus on certain things, or you want to look at the whole charter is kind of the big thing for tonight? And then it sounds like, from what I've heard, that the council wants to keep it with themselves. And then, like I said, if it gets into employment, you have to go to a general election. So you'd have to go to November if it affects employment rights, benefits, or status.
And tonight's also not the deadline for us to come up with additional ideas that we might want to consider.
No, you'll have all the way through, assuming the November election, you don't actually have to put the matter on the ballot until August 9th, 2024. And then if you look on page 9, I had this would be the end dates. If it's required to have 2 hearings, you'd have to have the first hearing by May 14th of 2024, the second hearing by June 18th of 2024, and then have the council submit that to the voters on July 23rd. And then it would be put on the ballot by August 9th. So there's plenty of time, and we would start in 2023. It's just required to have a minimum of 2 hearings. I would suggest, if it's going to be a comprehensive one, we have several meetings to get through all the data.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And let me take some time to make some input here. I think one of the reasons why I asked to bring this up was because I want to make sure that there's plenty of time based on past experience. I too would be in favor of doing it among the council members ourselves, and time frame is probably the next available election that we can have these charter amendment items. And in the spirit of helping staff understand some things that we next time bring about, what things we may want to consider, I would say all items that were on I think attachment E and F from the last time we discussed it back in late 2019, when we were determining what we wanted to have on March 2020 election and what we thought we were going to have November 2020 election. I'm going to just kind of list them off briefly based on what I think. I think at the time there was an item that addresses the city manager, and also the one about city attorney, I believe, at will, I think, as opposed to civil service. I think all those were on there. The city manager one was on there. It was supposed to be November 2020. I think you know which one I'm talking about without details. I would agree to bring back an item to see if we want to put the city clerk's position as an appointed position. I would suggest bringing back the city treasurer's position as an appointed position. I know that we just elected a city treasurer, but I think based on our experience in the last two years or so, I think we did well with this finance department, and I think we should bring that up again. I think the compensation is a good one. I think it's be good to also have some data what nearby cities have done, whether it's comparison or things like what city of Carson has done, and then maybe I don't know if the city charter talks about full-time, part-time. I think since I've been on the city council the last 4 years, as mayor, I've always worked pretty much full-time. But maybe it's because I can, but I think there's a lot of time we put into it. Even like benefits. I don't know if benefits would be like health insurance. How much is covered? I don't know if that goes on a charter, but I'm just spitting out ideas. You guys come back and tell us where those things get covered. Election dates, I would say, next available, depending on what the item is.
I guess that'd be one of the things. Do you want to do it as one vote? Because last time the council split it into 3 separate things. We had to pay for 3 measures. Or do you want it just a simple, here's the revised charter, vote yes or no, up or down?
I'm leaning toward one, as long as we can articulate it well enough. I think a lot of us been here for a while. Right. I mean, those are the options we come. I'm just throwing out things that's based on a fast review, so that next time we bring it up, we might add more and subtract some. And those are all I have at the moment. Anyone else from the council? If not, does anyone from the public wish to speak?
James Henry, I think we already had an election on the appointment of the city treasurer, and the city clerk. So why are you even considering bringing it back again? If the people already voiced their opinion on this matter, and they wanted to be elected.
I'll give you my comment on that. Yes, people did make a decision, but we also have further experience since that last decision. So that's why I'm making a suggestion. That's okay. I mean, anyone else from the public?
Porchop again. As you know, I'm from democracy and voting, so I'm not really to, appoint people, because you just said we did great with the Treasury Department and great with the Finance Department. Are you kidding? That was a joke. I mean, we're number 4 from the bottom. San Bernardino is number 1, So how did we do good with that? How did we do good with that? And then you appoint somebody and it's over there for 40, 50 years, like Mr. Leroy Jackson brought the city to its knees, and then you're celebrating him, and Mr. Shaparian walking the same path. We are in trouble. Financially, the city is in trouble. Wake up.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? If not, Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. Just to add to some of the items that were mentioned, are there any commissions we want to relook at?
The commissions are in the municipal code, but that's
Okay.
something that the council could choose to do at another time, but they're not actually in the charter.
Okay, so it wouldn't involve the charter in any way.
No, I would recommend keeping those in the municipal code. That way you can add or delete them as the council
Okay.
sees fit.
Thanks.
Is the municipal code also, when do we have our elections? We don't have any election on like November.
Correct. The council could look at that as well. Currently, we're tied to the state primary. So in presidential years, our city elections are in March. In non-presidential years, they shift to June, which some people are kind of confused why our elections move, but that's the reason in the charter it's set with the primary.
Right.
So the council could choose if it wants to pick a certain date, or it could move to November if the council wanted to do that as well.
I would suggest that to be an item for us to at least think about, because I know a lot of folks were wondering, will we get better voter turnout if we actually had an election that was on a general election. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. So for a question to the city attorney, so we should not be talking about commissioner compensation as well?
That's not in the charter either.
Good.
But that's something like, again, if the council wants to consider that as part of a separate item, they very well could.
Okay, thank you.
Have we, looks like every member of the council and public has spoken. So the way I see it, maybe I'll let one of my colleagues to make the motion, because I think I heard a pattern that looks like we're, at least most of us are thinking about.
I can suggest, if you like, that I think the motion could be that the council makes a motion, or whoever wants to make the motion, is directing staff that it would like to keep the charter amendment with the city council. It would look at the charter election would go on the November 5th, 2024 election, due to the fact it involves employment status. And then it's pretty much, I would say, a comprehensive review of the charter, starting with the items that were in the 2019 items, attachments E and F, as well as additional items that were mentioned during tonight, and then any additional items as we start the meeting process going forward.
So I just want to make sure. I think you made a statement it'll probably be on the November 2024 election, even though we do not have.
It has to go to the once it involves employment status, it has to go to that date. And then, just as an aside, not part of the motion, but I would probably have to get outside counsel to give advice on the city attorney portion of it. I can give the rest of the stuff, but obviously that's would be a conflict.
Maybe there's a confusion on my part, because right now we have elections on March and June.
Correct.
We do not have election on November. So
correct. So the way the government code reads in the elections code that I'll tie together here, if the council can choose when to go unless it involves employment status or benefits or rights, and then it has to go to a November election, even though it's not a city election. If you weren't touching those, it could go to the city's municipal election in March.
Which ones went through the benefits? I just want to make sure.
City manager and city attorney.
Okay.
Yeah,
not,
because
not the
that would,
compensation one.
Right. It was because that tie, because you aren't employees, and so the two employees that would be mentioned would be the city attorney and the city manager, and since that affects their employment status, that part of it has to go to November, and since it's going to be one thing, the whole thing shifts to November then.
Understand.
Yeah.
Mayor, if I may, Adam Chapman, city manager, I was a staff assigned to the Charter Compensation Committee in 2007, and I can attest to the amount of work it took it was a community-driven committee with myself and Assistant City Attorney Tasha Strader, and I believe you probably seen the two thick binders of research that we created at the time. Something for consideration for you as you deliberate, perhaps an ad hoc committee of council to work through some of the details, or if you plan to have the full council, we may have to plan for additional workshops or additional council meetings, given the body of details you'll go through. And then wanting to identify the resolution, having just come off of the Measure SST, it takes a huge groundswell of community support and education to be able to get something of this complexity. It's one thing to put on a ballot, and then there's a clear delineation between our role as conducting an education campaign versus advocacy. So it's a major undertaking. I just want to set the expectations. And I have all the confidence in our city attorney and our council that's going to support us. That's just one small portion of the the workload. Getting it to a ballot and obtaining yes vote is going to require all of your commitment as well as, frankly, community engagement and support. Thank you.
Yeah.
But we're here to support you, whichever direction you want to go.
Got it. Thank you.
Just for
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification, 2019 there was some amendment. Am I correct?
The one amendment that passed was the council vacancy one, which was I have
Within
the,
90 days.
60
it was
days.
changing from 30
30.
days to 60 days. It was measure Q. No, it was measure U. J and Q failed. But yeah, measure U is the one that changed it from 30 days to 60 days, so it was consistent with the government code.
There was a preemptive sales tax measure. There was the question of the city clerk and city treasurer as well. And all but the 60-day provision failed.
So it's a similar undertaking what we're doing, or
It was council driven, got on the ballot. There wasn't really much advocacy campaign for the measure. And I'm sure mayor and rest of the council members who were here can chime in, but it didn't garner the votes needed to pass. But starting early, educating community groups, meetings, mail, all the campaign pieces. If I may just add one more point, there's a philosophical decision point in the community when it gets to the compensation component. There's some folks at the time, mind you, this was 15 years ago. The sentiment was the position should be one where it isn't driven about compensation. It's a matter of wanting to serve, and it's okay if it's retirees or people who have businesses. But the issue of exclusion did come into account. And then there was a sense of trepidation about appointed clerk and treasurer. But then lots has happened. But I just want to give you some of the background. A lot of those folks, some of them are no longer with us, but there were other community members who were engaged in that process.
Right. I mean, we were concerned about checks and balances. I think we've proven the last at least 2 years that the finance department can do checks and balances. So, very different situation. That's why I brought it up again. Okay, Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, I just thought of another thing that we've neglected to add in our previous election in 2019 that we should have, and that was to fix the problem with the treasurer's office, as long as it remains elected, to have some mechanism to be able to remove the treasurer for failure to perform. And we never did fix that problem. Go ahead.
You're saying kind of like if we don't show up here, I think it's like 60 days.
Right, there's a mechanism, if for council and for clerk, if we fail to do our job under certain circumstances, then we can be removed from office. And there is no mechanism for that for the treasurer, as I recall the discussions. And I think that needs to be fixed as long as that position is going to be elected.
Agreed.
And
Mr.
Mayor,
Chaparria?
yes, sir. One more thing. Typically, wholesale changes of this magnitude are bundled as one measure. I don't know if the attorney clerk want to chime in, and that may be another consideration. In the past, these were broken down, but if it's part of a wholesale change, that may be a less complicated roadmap. But you take certain risks in bundling it. But this is going to be a massive work effort, which will require lots of community engagement and buy-in to be able to carry to a yes vote.
Absolutely. I think to your point, anytime you talk about, elected officials talking about their own compensation, sometimes people don't like the optics. I know back in March 2020, I think I was ready to talk about that because I think most of us do this out of service, so it's not, trying to make a living out of it. I think it's something that we should at least discuss. Probably should not be the same as 1947, just in my opinion. So, do we have? I think Councilman Sheikh, you got more questions.
Thank you. Just a clarification. So we decide in council if we're going to discuss this among us and not go in the ballot.
So basically what happens is the council will consider over several meetings the various revisions that have been discussed tonight and maybe further revisions that come up by looking at other charters. And at the end of, you have to have at least 2 public hearings and then a decision to add it to the ballot. At that point, the council then sends it to the voters. The only way the charter can get changed is by a vote of the people.
I believe the process would be sort of like when we were discussing, like Mr. Chaparran said, remember, you were not on the council, the previous council, at the work up to should we put SST on the ballot or not. It was decided at the council. We had a lot of public,
Mayor,
hearing.
one more point. Part of the SST measure was public opinion polling. Council may consider engaging a professional outfit such as FM3 that has history in Torrance to, once you have the outline of the areas, it may be a worthwhile pursuit to do some public opinion, both for gaining an interest as well as raising awareness. Thank you.
Understand. I think it almost sounds like Councilwoman Lewis captured the motion.
I believe I did. So I would like to make a motion to do a comprehensive review, including the attachments from the 2019 council meeting and all other equitable attachments, keeping the charter with the city council with any additional scheduled meetings and or workshops for a completion date for the ballot to be at the November 5th, 2024 election. Did I get all of that?
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 10. This is the public hearing. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10A, a recommendation of the Public Works Director that the City Council take public input and adopt a resolution authorizing the allocation and appropriation of 2023 to 2024 Community Development Block Grant funds for proposed projects with the Federal Housing and Urban Development Program. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, verbal presentation. Good morning. Art Reyes with the Public Works Department, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. Item 10A is our annual public hearing on the allocation and appropriation of next fiscal year's CDBG funds that we are to receive from HUD through the LA County Development Authority, otherwise known as LACDA. It's also the recommendation to determine that the project we are appropriating these funds to is categorically exempt from environmental review. And finally, recommendation to adopt a resolution that would appropriate these CDBG funds to the sidewalk repair for disabled accessibility project I-135 for the fiscal year of 2023 to 2024 in the amount of $757,322. And as consistent with prior years, we plan to use these funds to repair sidewalks to allow for disabled accessibility. Once our funds become available for design, we plan to begin work during the later part of the 2023 calendar year, and we'll continue that work to completion, planning for early 2024. Attached to the item here in attachment A is a map where the sidewalk improvements will take place, which is going to be east of Hawthorne, south of Sepulveda, west of Madrona Avenue, and north of 230th Street. With that, I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That's right behind Raising Cane's-ish, sort of. Right.
A little bit north of it, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, this, we do this all the time, and this is not the first time, and it's just a different area. I just want to verify, though, that we have had issues with tree removals, and I want to make sure that we kind of agreed to a new implementation of a procedure for identifying trees to be removed. I want to make sure that we're going to continue to follow that policy moving forward.
I believe so, yes. So the CDBG project that recently completed was for the fiscal year 2022. And yes, with much engagement with the public, we have revised how we were going to approach that. And yes, we plan to do that going forward.
Thank you. Any other comments from the council? If not, does anyone from the public wish to speak?
Thank you for repairing the sidewalks.
Do I have a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
How does the council wish to take action? Maybe I will ask for a number and title first, so that could be part of the motion.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-148, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving the city's Community Development Block Grant Program for fiscal year 2023-2024.
I move to concur with the staff recommendation and adopt the resolution.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We are now moving on to item 11, agency agendas. The City Council will now take a recess without leaving our seats and meet as successor agency to the former redevelopment agency of the City of Torrance. Agency Secretary Poirier, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Member Griffith?
Here.
Member Kaji?
Here.
Member Kalani?
Present.
Member Lewis?
Present.
Member Matucci?
Still here.
Member Sheikh?
Present.
Chair Chen.
Present. Thank you, Secretary Poirier. Was the agenda posted on the public notice board?
Yes, Your Honor, the agenda was posted on Tuesday, December 13th.
Thank you. We will now move to oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda or on topics of general interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the successor agency. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, the successor agency cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Are there any members of the public that wish to be heard? I don't see any. We're now moving on to the consent calendar. We're now moving on to the consent calendar. Matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed by an agency member from the consent calendar and considered separately. Before we proceed, I believe Mr. Daly will be addressing the supplemental to agenda item 4A for the record.
Thank you, Chair. Ian Daly of the Finance Department. A supplemental was indeed issued due to a Scrivener's error in the original agenda posting. The agenda incorrectly referenced the date of March 29, 2022 for the minutes, when item 4A included the correct date of December 14th, 2021. So the agenda was revised accordingly via supplemental to correct that oversight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll turn over to staff to present today's agenda, item 5A.
Actually, I think we need to go back to minutes for approval.
Oh. I think I blew right by that one. Yeah, I asked for the agenda. Now I'll take a motion to approve the minutes.
I move to approve the minutes for A.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. At this time, we will turn over to staff to present today's agenda, item 5A.
Good evening, Ian Daly with the Finance Department. Item before the successor agency tonight is a resolution to approve the recognized obligation payment schedules, also known as ROPS, for the period of July 1, 2023 through June 30, 2024. The ROPS is a formal description of all payments and obligations the agency will make during that given fiscal period. A new ROPS must be adopted every 12 months, reviewed by the Oversight Board to the successor agency for approval. Then the agency is required to submit an Oversight Board approval annual ROPS to the State Department of Finance, State Controller's Office, and the County Auditor Controller for final approval. Successor agencies are currently required to approve the next 12-month ROPS period, which covers that July 1, 2023 to June 30, 2024 period I previously mentioned. Once the ROPS has been approved and certified by the Oversight Board, only those payments listed on the ROPS will be compensated. The LA County Oversight Board will review the ROPS at their meeting scheduled tentatively for January 2023. Therefore, staff recommends that the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency of the City of Torrance adopt a resolution approving the ROPS schedule for the period July 1, 23 to June 30, 24. Staff's available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Do any of the agency members have any questions or comments for staff? I don't see any. We'll now hear public comments for item 5A. Each speaker will have up to 1 minute to speak. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to be heard on this matter?
Yeah, Andy Porchap. I'm just reading this, and I don't know if this is a misprint, but $27 million for, what did it say here? For LA County, or what the hell is this $27 million for? I'm just shocked. And then, these are so small letters, you have to go to an eye doctor and get a microscope. I just can't believe it.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to make a comment? If not, I'll ask for a number and title.
Your Honor, this is resolution number SA 2022-01, a resolution of the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency of the City of Torrance, California, adopting the recognized obligation payment schedule, ROPS 23-24, an administrative budget for the period of July 1, 2023 through June 30, 2024.
Move to concur with staff recommendation and adopt resolution SA 2022-01.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. There are no public hearings on tonight's agenda, so we'll move on to the report of the directors or other officers. Do either directors or officers have anything to report to the agency at this time? I don't see any. Seeing no addendum items, seeing no addendum matters on the agenda, we'll proceed to adjourning tonight's successor agency meeting. I'd like to thank all of you for your participation and ask either of my colleagues for a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting of successor agency to the former redevelopment agency, the City of Torrance, please.
Move to adjourn the successor agency meeting.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
We're now coming back as the City Council reconvening. Moving on to item 12, the second reading of ordinances. Looking at here, does any member of the City Council have any questions or comments? If not,
we had one member of the public sign up to speak.
okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
I was going to get there. That's why I went for the council first. We have someone from the public.
Joe Buck.
Yes, Don Reinerson's here as well to speak. Can we both speak?
You both could speak, or each of you could speak one at a time. It's up to you.
One at a time, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So Mr. Buck, you can speak first or second. You guys' choice.
Fine for me. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll speak first.
Thank you.
I'm Don Reinertz, live in the Hollywood Riviera, 35-year resident here. I've looked at what is being done right now with Ordinance 3910, and you've been on a collision course between AB 2221 and the restrictive requirements that exist in Article 41. And for about 6 months, you've seen that collision coming, and we're about 11 days away from it now. The obvious way to solve the problem was to rewrite Article 41, because that's what's under your control. The AB 2221 is not under your control. So I think it's really important to rewrite Article 41. You're not going to be able to do it by the 1st of January, but that is the underpinning of your biggest problem. The other issue is that the AB 2021 actually offers you...
Your time is up, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. A little confusion at this end. Our current problem can be solved if you quickly amend Article 41 to remove the variances, or not the variances, the uncertainty of precise plans. And so you, in effect, delete 91, 41, 10, and 11, and rely on 91, 41, 7 as the controlling factor. If that's the case, then we meet all the requirements of the state legislation, and we can go ahead with controlling development in the hillside to 1 story, and that's what we would like you to do. The last comment, I guess, is in 1984 and 85, Mayor Geisert and the council saved the hillside. We ask you to do that again.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak?
Hi, Paul Chaptan again. I'd just like to thank you, all of you again, standing up for the city and stopping this ADU thing and going to the state and other representatives and stood up for the constituencies of yours, because as you can see, they're all crying about this overlay agreement. And by the way, I'm okay with it because, you know, I don't think everybody gonna have ADUs, or not so many people, you know what I mean? But some people already have it, so what's the deal? You know, they got permits, you know, all over the place. So I don't know what's the big deal, but now you have to follow the order, you know. So this is like over, you know, this is the rain is gone, you know, throw your umbrella away, you know what I mean? Just deal with it.
Anyone else from the public? If not, we'll bring it back to the council. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make a comment. I know the public has got some concerns on these issues, as do I. And the city has worked very hard to save the hillside, so to speak. Unfortunately, the state disagrees with us, and they're taking their efforts to eliminate the efforts that we've taken. Because of the urgency of this and the timeline of meeting the requirements of the state, I will be voting to approve the ordinance, second reading, and I trust very highly in our staff to review the issues that have been brought up, and if there's anything that we can do to adjust our ordinance, which we can do in the future, I'm sure staff will bring that forward, and we will discuss it and make necessary amendments if applicable. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, may we have a number and title, please?
This is ordinance number 3910, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Torrance Municipal Code Chapter 2, Article 2 of Division 9 by amending Section 92.2.10 and Section 92.2.11, and amending Chapter 5, Article 3 of Division 9 by deleting Section 95.3.40 regarding accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units.
Move to approve ordinance number 3910.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. City Manager, are we reconvening to a closed session at this point? Okay. At this moment, the City Council will convene to a closed session, and we take a few-minute break. Good morning. We just returned from our closed session, and we're now going to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to comments made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communications 1 or oral communications 2. I was kind of lost my train of thought because I don't see anybody there. So I think at this moment, I don't see anyone from the public, so I'm going to go to the council. Let's see. I don't have my name list. Oh, there it is. Councilman Kaji. Well, that's what my script says. Is it different than what's in here? Oh. Okay. It's all right. It's all right. We'll get there. For tonight, I'll go with Councilman Kaji first.
Yes?
Councilman Kaji.
Are we rating ugly sweaters? Is that what's up next? Thank you, Your Honor. Let's see. As we move into the end of the year, I've been happy to visit with neighbors in District 1. They have had great comments about public works, especially with the tree removal, replacements, street and gutter repairs within North Torrance. So I wanted to give a shout out to the public works staff for making those adjustments. I've also had an opportunity to visit with some of our elderly residents in the district. I think for many of them, it's a lonely time, especially if they're living alone, if their family members are living out of the area. And so I've been working with some of the faith-based organizations to call on those seniors just to say hello, wish them a happy holiday, drop some cookies or some snacks over to the residents. So I'd like to also encourage those in our district to, if you have elderly neighbors, to stop by just to wish them happy holidays. And I would wish everyone a happy holiday season, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and look forward to seeing you in the new year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to wish everyone a wonderful holiday season as well. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. I just wanted to take an opportunity very quickly to thank the folks that participated in the District 2 community meeting that was held on December 12th. I especially want to give out a thank you to the West High School Future Business Leaders of America, who helped to plan and organize and actually facilitate the meeting under the direction of their teacher, Ms. Donna Burt, and the FBLA chapter president, Ralphie Rublockus. So I appreciate that, and no matter how you celebrate, have a happy holiday and a safe new year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Here we are again, last meeting of the year. It's been I think it's been a pretty good year for the city of Torrance. I know we had a lot of issues to go through, but at the end, here we are. We're still a wonderful city, and thanks to all of our city employees that keep everything going. A lot of times, people think here it is 5 p.m., everybody goes home and the city's shut down, but that's when the fun starts. So I see those trucks going in and out of the yard even in the middle of the night sometimes, whether they're repairing a water main or whatever else they're doing. So, so there's a lot of moving parts to the city. Staff, you guys have been great this year, and I think we're going to have a great 2023. And just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. No matter what you celebrate, always think of your friends and family. And make sure you pick up the phone and use the holidays maybe as an excuse to reconnect with a loved one. So God bless everyone, and God bless Torrance. Good night.
Thank you, Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to end this year with thanking my colleagues and community members. Have a happy holidays, peaceful, prosperous New Year. And also just reiterate what Mayor Chen said earlier, the 2023 Greater LA Homeless Count is scheduled for Wednesday, January 25th. To sign up, please visit theycountwillyou.org. And also on December 22nd, on Thursday at 5 p.m., I'll have a community meeting at the Katie Geiser Library. I appreciate if community can join and give us your feedback and concerns. And once again, happy holidays, peaceful and prosperous New Year to my colleagues and all the community members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to wish my Jewish friends continuing Happy Hanukkah, a Merry Christmas to those who celebrate that. And whatever your holiday is, I wish you the best. A Happy New Year, and I hope that everybody tunes in on not New Year's Day this year, but on the 2nd to watch our float from our Torrance Rose Float Association go down Colorado Boulevard in Pasadena with our esteemed colleague, Ms. Kalani, and also one of our residents, Debbie Hayes, whose birthday was an hour and a half ago, and wish her a happy birthday, and look forward to seeing everybody in the new year. Have a happy and safe holiday.
Thank you. As we conclude this evening's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation and interest in staying informed. Your involvement continues to help shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. As I reflect on this year, I want to say I am proud to be part of this wonderful community I call home. Thank you for your dedicated and diligence. Thank you to our dedicated and diligent staff who keep our city operating, rain or shine, earthquake or no earthquake. Our executive team, your leadership, all our men and women in uniform, police and fire, who protect life and property, and a special thanks to my colleagues here in the City Council for always doing what's best for our residents and putting our community first. I look forward to what Team Torrance will bring in the new year as we embark on many new opportunities and exciting new partnerships. I even enjoy when we're dressed up before Halloween and even tonight. I think it's okay to work hard and play hard. Have a wonderful holiday, a most merriest Christmas. Thank you again for joining us tonight. We'll be back here on January 10th for our first meeting of 2023. And please, please, have fun and stay safe. I'll take a motion for adjournment.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adjourn tonight's City Council meeting to Tuesday, January 10, 2023 at 5 p.m. for closed session with the regular meeting commencing at 6:30 p.m.
I will second, but only if Councilmember Griffiths rings the bell.
Chris Kringle.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right. Good night and good morning.